1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1.
Arkadaş. Bakma abi tabi da yola biraz.
1, 2.
Seni qınamıram, Qadir'in işi o başta. Qaqa, bu gələcək. Şeydə manası, Sürətim şeydir, mənfi 6 ilə başlayır. Bir də salam, nətərsə. Halde işliydi, lejyondan. Başlayanı gəlsən zapsı verim, mən də zapsı etməyəm. Niye yok mu? Ben yok oğlum. Onun için değil. Hala yok da. Hala yok. Cəfər qman açmışsan Həsən. Yox, arıq var, yox. Başlayır, yoxsa yox, mən gedim baxayım. Kabelin içində cin olur deyil.
hörmətli xanımlar və cənablar, hörmətli qonaqlar, Azərbaycan Respublikasının dövlət himni səslənir. Çox sağ olun. Buyurun oturun. Səhnəyə Azərbaycan Milli Antidopinq Agentliyinin icraçı direktoru Təxminə xanım Tağzadə dəvət olunur. Buyurun Təxminə xanım.
Hamını salamlayıram. Konferansın açılışı üçün söz verilir Azərbaycan Respublikası Gənclər və İdman Naziri müavini xanım Mariana Vasilyeva. Buyurun.
Sabahınız xeyir. Dear guests, dear officials, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Azerbaijan. On behalf of Ministry of Youth and Sport, it's a great pleasure to greet all of you here in Baku. Sport is an important part of state policy in our country. Special attention and care are shown to the sport development by the head of our country, President of National Olympic Committee, Mr. Ilham Aliyev. Clean sport principles are one of the main points in each sport, and sport is all about respect, friendship, team spirit, equality, and unity. I'm sure that this conference will make a solid contribution in the name of clean sport. I wish good luck to all of you and clean victories to our athletes. Enjoy your stay. Thank you.
Ümumdünya Antidopinq Agentliyinin prezidenti cənab Vitol Bankanın təəssüflər olsun ki, özü fiziki olaraq bura gələ bilmədi, amma video nitqini bizə göndərdi. Buyurun, zəhmət olmasa.
Dear representatives of the Ministry of Youth and Sports of Azerbaijan and other government officials, members of the Azerbaijan National Anti-Doping Organization and other anti-doping community representatives, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry not to be there in person, but it's my great pleasure to send this message to you all at the AMADA International Anti-Doping Conference. This conference you're attending today is an important gathering with the title Clean Victory, Rethinking the Olympic Year. It will reflect on the key highlights from the great event that was Paris 2024. It will examine the anti-doping measures that the most successful sporting nations implement, and how strategies such as intelligent testing, science, investigations, education, and collaboration all contribute to clean sport on the world stage. You will be asked to consider the challenges that the anti-doping community is facing and think about where the solutions lie. It looks like a great agenda, and I'm sure you will all get a lot out of your experience here. I would like to thank AMADA for organizing this worthwhile conference. It's another opportunity for collaboration. Our experiences within anti-doping are often unique. Sharing best practices at forums such as this allows us to learn from one another. It's encouraging for us to see the high level of commitment from key anti-doping stakeholders in the region. Above all, we must keep our focus on why we are involved in clean sport. It is to raise the game for athletes of the world. Today's meeting is designed to strengthen the foundation of the anti-doping community, both in Azerbaijan and throughout the region. As the leaders of the global collaborative movement for doping-free sport, WADA will always be here to support you. Whether it is from our headquarters in Montreal, Canada, or via our Europe office in Lausanne, we stand ready to help. Collaboration remains the key. It has been the essence of WADA ever since its creation 25 years ago. We can achieve anything by working together. I take this opportunity to remind you all that next year, the 6th World Conference on Doping in Sport will be held in the city of Busan in Korea. It marks the first time that the conference will take place on the continent of Asia. Once again, it will convene athletes and more than 1,500 representatives from the sports movement, governments, national and regional anti-doping organizations, laboratories, service providers, researchers, and the media, everyone who is integral to the mission of protecting clean sport. We look forward to seeing you there in December 2025. Among the items of the agenda for the World Conference will be approval of the 2027 World Anti-Doping Code and international standards. These vital documents are currently undergoing a 2-year stakeholder update process. When the first code entered into force in 2004, WADA committed to facilitating this periodic review process to ensure that they remained fit for purpose. This is the fourth such process. Every comment sent in is a valuable piece of insight for the drafting teams. Please make sure they get the benefit of your experience, so together we can all ensure that the code remains the world's anti-doping code, developed by the members of the anti-doping community. To achieve our goals, we must adapt and innovate. WADA is constantly evolving. We remain vigilant to the threats, and we be prepared to capitalize on the opportunities. There is still much to be done to protect the dreams of clean athletes. We must continue to develop and grow capacity within the anti-doping community. We at WADA look forward to your ongoing support. Together we will work to further strengthen the global anti-doping system. Thank you and enjoy today's conference.
Hörmətli qonaqlar, xanımlar və cənablar. Sizi bugün Təmiz Qələbə Olimpiya ilinə yenidən baxış adlı beynəlxalq konferansda səmimi qəlbdən salamlayıram. Bu möhtəbər tədbir idman dünyasında təmiz və ədalətli rəqabəti təmin etmək məqsədi ilə bir araya gələn mütəxəssislər, siyasətçilər və antidoping sahəsində aparıcı şəxsləri birləşdirir. Bu tədbir həm ötən Olimpiya ilinin təhlil etmək, həm də təmiz idmanın gələcəyinə birgə baxışımızı formalaşdırmaq üçün müstəsna bir platformadır. İlk olaraq Paris 2024-cü Olimpiya oyunların uğurla başa çatması münasibətilə hər birinizi təbrik edirəm. Bu oyunlar Covid-dən sonra, pandemiyadan sonra bütün dünyanı bir araya gətirən ilk böyük idman hadisəsi olaraq oldu. Həqiqətən də bu həm idmanın birləşdirici gücünü, həm də antidopinq sahəsindəki tərəqqini göstərən əlamətlərdən biri oldu. Bu il Azərbaycan Milli Antidopinq Agentliyi üçün uğurlu bir il oldu. Biz bu Olimpiya ilində layiqətlə başa çatdıraraq qarşıya qoyulmuş hədəfləri tam şəkildə yerinə yetirmişik. Testing proqramının icrasına baxaraq, bu il AMADA milli test planını müvəffəqiyyətlə tamamlayır. 1000-dən çox test aparılıb, hazırda milli test proqramı davam edir və yekun rəqəm ilin sonunda bəlli olacaq. Maarifləndirmə sahəsində 50-dən çox seminar, webinar və outreach təşkil edərək 2000-dən çox iştirakçı ilə antidopinq haqqında biliklərimizi bölüşdük. Antidopinq təhsilində süni intellekt alətlərindən istifadə edərək AMADA ilk qurumlardan biri oldu. Bununla bağlı əldə etdiyimiz təcrübəni AMADA ilə bölüşdürməkdən qürur duyuruq. Bu il həm də narkotik vasitələrin, psixotrop maddələrin və onların prekursorların qanunsuz dövriyyəsinə və narkomanlığa qarşı mübarizəyə dair 2019-cu, 2024-cü illər üçün dövlət proqramının son ili oldu. Bu proqram çərçivəsində AMADA Beynəlxalq Avropanın profilaktika üzrə kurikulumu, qərar qəbul edənlər, rəy verənlər və siyasəti formalaşdıran şəxslər üçün psixoaktiv maddələrdən istifadəsinin elmi əsasların profilaktikasına dair təlimat kitabçasını Azərbaycan dilinə tərcümə edib və dövlət qurumlara və bu sahədə qərar qəbul edənlərə təqdim etmək üçün artıq hazırdır və yanvar ayında biz təqdim edəcəyik. 2026-cı ildə Azərbaycan Dünya İdman Paytaxtı elan edilib və bu bizim üçün qürur verici hadisədir. Biz çalışarıq ki, o ildə dünyanın antidopinq sahəsində hansı böyük bir tədbirlər keçirilir, biz çalışarıq Azərbaycanda onları keçirək. 2024-cü ilin başa çatmasına sayılı günlər qalır. Hamınızı qarşıdan gələn 31 dekabr Dünya Azərbaycanlıların həmrəyliyi günü və yeni il münasibəti ilə təbrik edirəm. Azərbaycan Gənclər və İdman Nazirliyinə göstərdikləri xüsusi dəstəyə görə və hər birinizə bugünkü tədbirə gəlib bizimlə bu konferansda iştirak etdiyinizə görə dərin minnətdarlığımı bilirəm. Təşəkkür edirəm. İndi isə söz verilir cənab Michael Aska və Beynəlxalq Test Agentliyi, International Testing Agency. This floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you first of all to AMADA and to the Azerbaijan Ministry of Youth and Sport for the kind invitation. It's great to see so many professionals here around the tables, and I'm sure we will have some very interesting discussions today on a various number of topics. I'm going to talk here initially on the so-called pre-games, Paris pre-games project. And first of all, I would like just shortly to remind you what was the purpose of this project. It is to, first of all, the project or the pre-games system started back in Rio, at the Rio Games in 2016. Those of you who were around back in the days remember the so-called Russian doping scandal and all the discussions that were related to the eligibility of Russian athletes in different sports disciplines. And therefore, it was decided from recommendation for WADA to establish a so-called pre-games task force with the aim to make sure that athletes were subject to robust and proportionate testing in the lead up to the games. So this system has been running since 2016 at every Olympic Games, so every 2 years for the Winter Games and the Summer Games, and it has been developed over time. And for the 2024 edition in Paris, we decided to again establish a pre-games expert group with a combination of experts from across anti-doping organizations, from NADOs and from international federations as well, and also with a geographical spread. So we were try to, let's say, take into account the regional differences and also the different views from different organizations. This is just to show you already that that in 2023, in the last quarter, we started slowly to put together the experts and decide who will be part of this group. And then I will show you how we process from that. But just to show you the timeline, that, as you know, the Olympic Games is, of course, is run by the International Olympic Committee, and they have the testing authority, but they have delegated this authority to RTA, International Testing Agency. So we will have the responsibility for the testing in the lead up to the games, 3 months. As you can see, 18 April, 3 months before the game started. And then, of course, during the games, and one of my colleagues will tell you a little bit more later today on how the testing during the games actually took place and what was the outcome of that. But this presentation is about the lead up to the games, so the last 6 months, or even 12 months. And as I mentioned, we tried to, I just put the names on the experts that we asked to be part of the expert group. I don't want to read the names, but you can see that it's a little bit a combination of from NADOs from different continents, and also from other IFs, like for instance the World Athletics Integrity Unit. And then on top of the expert group, we also decided, which was a new invention this time, to have a so-called supervisory panel to oversee the work of the expert group, to try to make sure that we were not biased in our assessments, or that not certain agendas would be put forward for some maybe more political reasons. So we also added this group of high esteemed experts to the supervisory panel, and in that way we tried to cover, as I mentioned before, geographically as well as sports disciplines, to be more or less sure that we were well represented. And we also, of course, had WADA present as an observer to the working group. I'm not going to go into too much details due to the short time I have to present, but basically what we did was to try and gather all the information that we could gather to come up with some recommendations that were robust and that make sense for anti-doping organizations. So we looked at what happened in 2022, or 2020, which was actually 21 due to the COVID, as you all know, remember. Looked at all the athletes, what kind of testing were they subject to, were they tested enough 6 months before the games, even 12 months before the games, were there certain patterns that we could learn from, lack of testing in certain sports disciplines maybe, certain areas of the world. We took all that into account, looked of course into the ADAM system, which we all rely on to see how was the testing history for these athletes, and also looked at the performance of the games in 2020. Were there some patterns that showed that certain athletes might have benefited from not being tested enough. So that was all put into a big, let's say, bowl of data, and from then we started to develop the specific recommendations for the anti-doping organizations. And what we try to do it also, because of course what is key here is the communication, and we try to get as many as possible involved. So we organized 2 webinars, 2 sessions where we had more than 200 participants, where all the anti-doping organization could ask all the questions they would like to. And we, I would say in general, we got a very positive feedback from the different participants. And then we put out the pre-games testing instructions and guidelines. I don't want to go into the details here. I'm happy to answer any questions later if there are any. But we tried to explain what we meant when we talked about how to test time-wise, how to look into intelligence testing, how to work with team sports, where we all know it's impossible to test everyone, but maybe you should consider to test some of the team players, maybe look at the risk and performances. Certain key athletes in certain teams might be more important to test than others, etc., etc., storage of samples, and so on. That was the first phase. And then later, few months, last month or 2 months before the games, we started to get some more concrete information, because one of the challenges is, of course, that you don't know exactly who's going to participate at the Olympic Games until you are close to the deadline. So then we started to be more precise. We looked into at that point, the testing that had been implemented by the organizations, and to look at if there were some concrete gaps we could see already at that time. So we sent out some more specific instructions to certain or to almost all anti-doping organizations. We also did a risk assessment on the different sports. So we divided the sports into 3 categories. You can see it down in the right corner: high risk sports, medium risk sports, and low risk sports, because obviously it makes sense, speaking about intelligent testing, to test more thoroughly in high risk sports than in low risk sports. So all these updates we had to provide. We had to liaise a lot with the WADA Adams team to make sure that the information we could retrieve from Adams was correct. And then we sent out, as I mentioned, the further recommendations just leading up to the games. So moving fast forward to the results. These are the main results. All this information you can find on our homepage if you're interested to look into the more detailed. But as you can see, the lead up, the pre-games task force recommendations led to almost 32,000 tests. 10,720 athletes were tested. And we could see that if you compared with the 6 months before the lead up to the games, actually there were 45% more tests than in the previous 6 months. So it really had an impact on the testing. And you can see that it was done as it also was supposed to be. And one of the main points, actually, I should have mentioned that before, the importance of collaboration between NADOs and international federations, not only ITA, who represents approximately 70 federations, but also other IFs or other agencies that work for athletics, tennis, etc. But you can see the distribution was like 60-40 between the NADOs and the IFs, and the coordination was a really, really important part of that, so that we made sure that the athletes were tested robustly, and not so much concentrating on who were testing, whether it was the NADO or the IF, but more making sure that the athlete was tested robustly and sufficiently enough. So if we look at the recommendations, overall 10%, approximately 10% of the athletes were not tested at all, and you could say that's a high number. I can tell you it's the lowest number since we implemented the pre-game system in 2016. So 90% were tested, or 10% were not tested. It depends on whether you look at the glass half empty or half full. But I would say in general, I think that's it's a very good result. And it's also important to look, if you look down in the right bottom corner, you can see that when we then talk about the 10%, who were the 10%? Most of them, 2/3 of them, were athletes who were competing in medium or low risk disciplines. So that I also think was a relatively good result. A little bit more details here. Then if you try to look at the difference between individual sports disciplines, and team sports, you can see the blue bar. It represents the percentage of athletes not tested, and that was somehow somewhat lower when it comes to individual sports than in team sports, which also makes sense from a practical, a risk assessment, and a financial standpoint. It makes sense that the percentage is lower in individual sports than in team sports. And if you look at the bottom, you can see that on high-risk sports disciplines, it was 7% who were not tested at all. You can argue that is 7% too much, but that's the percentage, and it is lower than in the medium and low-risk sports, which also, I think, tell us that the recommendations were also followed a long way down the road, at least, to make sure that it was especially in the high-risk sports that the testing were most frequent and most robust. Some things that we did conclude were we did some assessments on the regional distributions, and you can see that in certain regions in the world we still have more challenges than others, especially the African and the Oceanian continent. The level of testing was not as high as it was in other areas of the world. And we also did some assessments. We looked at the biggest delegations, the top 15 National Olympic Committees, to see how they did when it came to lack of testing. And you can see these results for yourself, and you can dive more into these details if you find the report on our homepage. And one thing that is also quite obvious, and I think that's something to work on in general from all of us, you can say in general, the smaller the delegation, the smaller the country, the bigger problems with the testing regimes in general, which is maybe not so surprisingly, because I think all of us working with anti-doping know that the requirements today and the expertise is on a very high level, and that is maybe more difficult for smaller countries to have these skills than it is for bigger countries with bigger sporter nations and normally more, let's say, sophisticated NADOs. 67 athletes total out of a little bit more than 10,000 were not tested at all at the Olympics. And And we listed to the right, you can see in which disciplines it was. We did not, the gold, not the gold medalists, also the gold medalists, but the medal winners were not tested. And that is, I think, to take my positive hat, I would say, if you look at which disciplines, it's actually only the first 3 who are in high-risk disciplines. Most of the athletes who were not tested were either in team sports, the lower half, or in low-risk sports like sailing, equestrian. So, but that's something to dwell at and to consider for the next games. Conclusions. As I mentioned already, 90% were tested. Still have some gaps in the testing programs, and we have to say especially Africa, South America, and Oceania, as well as very small National Olympic Committees, small delegations, as I also mentioned before. We also have to, we all rely on the ADAM system. For a monitoring process, I have to say that ADAM is not adapted to timely to deliver this monitoring in a way that we would need nowadays with the intelligence and the speed we need to adapt. It's time-consuming and inefficient still to work with ADAMs, and the accuracy is not sufficient because it takes too much time often from the testing has actually taken place until we can actually see it in ADAMs. And we still have a major problem with duplication of profiles. We have athletes who have several profiles in ADAMs, and that's really a problem when it comes to the analysis and delivering and developing the recommendations. Then we have the whole problem with the qualification schedule. We don't know until very late who's actually qualified for the games. That is more maybe a problem for the Olympic movement and the international federations, but it's still, from an anti-doping perspective, a challenge. And 6 months before we start to send out recommendations, maybe that is too short a time. Maybe we need 9 months or 12 months for the coming games. That is something to be discussed. And last but not least, I would also say that the accountability, the results, the outcome of this pre-games task force project are interesting. We can all read them, we can all discuss them, but maybe there should be some more concrete accountability and some consequences for those anti-doping organizations who do not live up to the recommendations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ask, for your very interesting and very informative presentation, and thank you for coming to Baku. Növbəti təqdimat üçün səhnəyə Almaniyanın Milli Antidopinq Agentliyinin İcraiyyə Şurasının sədri cənab Lars Mortificer dəvət olunur. Dear Lars, please, the floor is yours.
With a dear team from the AMADA, from the National Anti-Doping Agency of Azerbaijan, dear colleagues from the ministry, thank you very much for having me here today. And I think it's absolutely crucial to come together regularly. As the president of the World Anti-Doping Agency said at the beginning, anti-doping work, especially if we have a super sports year like 2024, lives, especially on clean sports and integrity issues, on the community of people doing that. So thank you again for having me here, and I try to give you a brief update on, maybe kind of a summary of what we will discuss this day. I will guide you through a view of a national anti-doping organization very close involved in preparing for the Games 2024. And give you an update on how key challenges and lessons learned from Paris can be deliver and improve our work towards the next big international and national events. So I get through three different topics. The first one will be education. We will have a huge lesson or session this afternoon. So I give you a short insight on how we as AMADA Germany things and look on education as a key topic of anti-doping, of course. Then I will get over to testing. I guess Michael showed you the figures, and I will guide you through the outcome of what we as AMADA Germany did almost 12 or 15 months in advance of the Games. And then a very huge topic coming up, not only in the current code review, but over the last couple of years, it's intelligence and investigation. Günther Younger and his team of WADA did a tremendous work in a couple of years ago to bring intelligence and investigation as a key element next to education and testing. And I guess it's the future, not only why I'm part of the working group of the new international standard of testing, of intelligence and investigation. So if we have a close look on what education is, and education is, from my perspective, I'm a lawyer by training, and I stepped into the anti-doping field over 16 years ago, right coming from the university, full packed with legal instruments and how to deal with every kind of sports related issues. But I learned quite quick that especially anti-doping and all of the work in integrity issues in sports definitely have the basis in education. And for us in Germany, therefore, it's absolutely crucial that every athlete, starting with career in anti-doping, in sports, in getting involved with anti-doping measures, should be safely navigate through all these almost 2,000 pages of documents and legal code and standards and requirements, obligations, taking not only the athlete by the hand, but also the coaches, the parents, and everyone involved in bringing the athlete to the best competition scenario in, for example, international competition. So that is what we try to bring up in different measures. You can see it online with an application. You can see our booths, and we have fact sheets. And that is what we started, as I said, almost 1.5 years ago in advance to the Games, and to prepare athletes for the first time going to the Olympics, or almost quite routine athletes taking part of the second, third, or fourth time at the Olympics. But they all have in common that they have to stick to the rules, that they have to be accurate prepared to the rules, and they have to know what are the current rules, especially as we have seen from Michael, if there are so many obligations coming up, especially in testing. Using atoms is kind of most of the athletes maybe have seen atoms for the first time in preparing of the games. So therefore, we try to start our education booth and our education program. So that is that basis for any other steps we wanted to do in anti-doping, and the main pillar of our anti-doping education and prevention work is to be as accurate, as fast, as quick, as direct, and as smooth to the athlete situation, and they need it right now. So, and then, of course, if we left the field of education, we definitely did talk about testing. Testing is also the key of detecting cheaters. Testing is also a very important part of protecting clean athletes. And only athletes who get tested regularly can say that they are safeguarded by the program. They can say that they are tested and their samples are analyzed properly on any forbidden substances. They can show the world that their records, that their win is clean. And therefore, that's our delivery on athletes as well as a part of education. So we reached out to our athletes in Germany almost 12 to 15 months in advance. Michael said it in one of the last slides. We definitely have to discuss internationally when we start with a program. We've seen that athletes only coming up or showing up a couple of months before, and then they get tested. But we all know that long-term doping practices might occur far away in front of international games, and there are still there. So that is what we did. We conducted almost 1,167 samples on almost 430 Olympic athletes. We have a long list program, so 15 months in advance. It's quite clear that that is not the list of people at the end competing in the game, so that's absolutely obvious, but we wanted to have them on the radar. We wanted to keep them in our testing program, despite the fact if they are qualifying or not at the end. But we did the same for the Paralympics, and that is what Michael also said before. We reached out to bring us in, especially if, because of France next to Germany. We were involved in different out of competition and pre-games testing programs, especially, and thanks to the ITA, again, you've seen it, a colleague of our testing program was part of the pre-games testing group, and also thanks to the National Anti-Doping Organization of France, or the AFLD, that we were able to bring out our knowledge to the Doping Control Coordination Center as well for both for the Olympics and Paralympics. So I guess that is also a key issue to see where from different areas of the world people come together, bringing them together in their knowledge and for the best of the testing program. The third point, and that is what I will go into a little bit deeper, that is the best practice in collaboration with international organizations. As I said, to bring in, to show knowledge, that is quite important, but on the other hand, you keep up in different areas, not only in education and testing, that's quite clear, because that is what we as a NADO can do, but you also have to reach out to international partners. You have to reach out, for example, to the ITA, to the International Paralympic Committee, as well as on the national basis to your federations. Because the federations, they are in charge of bringing athletes to the Olympics or to the Paralympics or to international games. So you have to reach out a good and fruitful cooperation to convince them that anti-doping and every kind of measures to protect clean sports in every environment is absolutely important. So that is also a key lesson learned not only from this games but all over the years before. Keep a good relation, keep a professional, especially professional relation to the national federations in your country, because that is key that you will have a good and a smooth running system, especially if it's going to be troubling during the games, because that is what we all have in mind. An athlete competing for the Olympics do not have an anti-doping at the first page of his agenda coming to the games. Therefore, it's absolutely important to have the framework in the background that potentially things run quite smoothly and automatically. Yeah, as I said, education and anti-doping is therefore a good angle to tackle. Keep that in mind, that education can have an endurance aspect. It can be the thing which you can always and without any pressure implement, and that you should do, and then you will see at the end, after maybe a couple of years, that you have a well-equipped and well-developed athlete pool with a quite clear aspect in mind of anti-doping. And as I said, that is the last point I wanted to tackle in my short lecture today is intelligence and investigation. I guess since we've seen some doping scandals all over the world, we see that a kind of intelligence, an investigation network and work by anti-doping organization is crucial as well. In anti-doping, there is so many information, so many data available. You have the doping control forms, you have ADAMS, you have TOE applications, you know where athletes donate and have their domination and where they train and where they compete. And that might be the task where you, if you wanted to detect cheaters, have to work together with professionals coming from public and investigative authorities. So do not get me wrong, I strongly believe that most of the athletes, almost 90, maybe 95, 99% of the athletes want to compete clean. They do not want to be cheaters. They do not want to take drugs to enhance their performance. But if they do, we have to take measures and actions to keep them out of the system, to protect the others, the clean athletes, because they deserve that. And they deserve clear messages, they deserve clear systems and harmonized systems all over the world. Therefore, we have a strong and robust World Anti-Doping Code. I totally agree with the WADA president that the World Anti-Doping Code is the key instrument of harmonized anti-doping work all over the world. But we've seen it, I guess, in the beginning of this year in Lausanne during the WADA Symposium, how successful good cooperation of intelligence and investigation networks, of people coming from national police offices, from crime investigation offices, come together, work together with the knowledge of people from the system, from the anti-doping system, and succeed. And I guess it was Günther, and I'm quite sure that we will bring it up later in this lecture. Every pill, every series, and any kind of doping substances which can be detected without reaching the athlete or reaching the end consumer is a good one. So if there are tons of doping substances get seized by the criminal authorities all over Europe, all over the world, that's a good sign. And that is what we should use in networking. And I'm quite proud that a couple of weeks ago, AMADA and the team of Termina came across to NADA Germany, and they wanted to participate. They wanted to learn from what we have established since 2015, where we implemented an anti-doping law, where we defined with our ministries and the governments in Germany that doping can be a crime if it's up to a special level. So I'm quite happy to deepen our cooperation with AMADA. I guess we will sign an MOU tomorrow, and I'm very happy to be here in Baku, and it will not be the last time I will be here. And so therefore the last picture is to get an insight. That's our, as you see, right in the middle, it's the Ministry of Sports in Germany, together with athletes representatives and the team of NADA Germany. And I guess that is a good picture at the end to see how the different, how the different stakeholders and workers in anti-doping can clearly network and bring us together to set a sign for clean sports. So that's from me, and I'm quite delighted for the discussion later on. Thank you very much.
Dear Dr. Mortzifer, thank you so much for your presentation. We really appreciate the pillars that you have just shown us. So we strongly believe that education, testing program, and international relations play a crucial role in anti-doping efforts. Thank you so much. So, növbəti və axırıncı bu sessiyanın axırıncı çıxış üçün səhnəyə Professor Mike Luzmur dəvət olunur və mövzu çox maraqlı olacaq. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank the Azerbaijani Ministry of Youth and Sport, AMADA, and Tamina Ham for inviting me to speak today. This is more a personal reflection on the Paris Olympics rather than a general anti-doping reflection on the Paris Olympics. I was there as the Chief Medical Officer for the Paris Boxing Unit in Paris 24. And it's really important that I point out that the following presentation is entirely my views. They are not the views of the IOC or the Paris Boxing Unit. I do not have any access to any additional medical information beyond that which is in the public domain. So this is a personal reflection, and I'm not here representing anybody else apart from myself. That's for the lawyers in the audience, and I know that's most of you. So, Paris Olympics started really well. It was great fun, nice welcome, all went really well. Just a little bit of background. IBA was the old International Boxing Association, and it was stripped of recognition to run the Olympic Games by the IOC over governance failures. And the IOC set up the Paris Boxing Unit, the PBU, which then ran the Olympic tournament as an international federation. So we were running, I was part of the Paris Boxing Unit to run the boxing at the Games because the International Federation had that removed from them. So the IOC says all athletes who participated in the boxing tournament at the Olympic Games complied with the competition's eligibility and entry regulations, together with applicable medical regulations accepted by the Paris Boxing Unit. And as with previous boxing competitions, the gender age of the athletes was based on their passport details. So that's very important. So the gender of the athletes was based on their passport details. That was the rule. And that had been the rule in Tokyo previously and in every other Olympic Games previous to that. And then a boxer representing Algeria called Imam Khalif boxed Angela Carini, an Italian boxer. I don't know whether you remember this, but I was there, I was ringside, and there was a little bit of a fuss before the fight. We weren't sure what was going on, but there was a fuss. And then the boxing started, one punch was thrown, the Italian boxer fell to her knees, burst into tears, and withdrew from the competition. And this caused a furore, to put it mildly. IBA declared that Khalif had failed tests conducted during the IBA World Championships in 2022 and 2023, and as such failed to meet the eligibility criteria for participation in the women's competition as laid out by IBA regulations. Those regulations sort of changed in the middle of the World Championships in 2023. So there was all of a sudden, from having a nice time and a good time, there was this huge press outcry. Society must protect girls from being out-muscled. A sad controversy. Ferocious fighter struck. And the Italian boxer said that she'd never been hit as hard in her life. Although she had sparred her before, so I'm not quite sure where that came from. And there was a huge amount of press furore about this, and it all became a little bit difficult. Khalif's family presented evidence that she was born a female, had a female passport, recognised by the Olympic Committee as a female athlete, was not transgender, does not identify as intersex according to Queer Rights Media Advocacy Organisation GLAAD. And she's never tested positive for testosterone. So this is somebody who, as far as everybody was concerned, was born a girl, was brought up a girl, never tested positive for testosterone, competed in the Tokyo Olympics and got to the quarterfinals, I think. Then had progressed in her boxing and eventually had got to the Olympics, qualified for the Olympics, no fuss, nobody had said anything, all very quiet, and then suddenly at the Olympics, bang, it all happens. And this was the picture and the tweet done by J.K. Rowling, the well-known writer of the Harry Potter series. And she wrote, "Could any picture sum up the new men's rights movement better? The smirk of a male who knows he's protected by a misogynist sporting establishment, enjoying the distress of a woman he has just punched in the head and whose life ambition he has just shattered." So J.K. Rowling put this tweet out. J.K. Rowling's got 4 million followers, by the way. This was retweeted 116 million times in the first 24 hours. This produced quite a lot of adverse tweeting and adverse social media to Khalif, who was there completely legitimately. And she spent a lot of the Olympic competition in tears, very distressed. Every fight she had after that, there was huge numbers of press there. The press people at the IOC said there were more press at her boxing tournaments than they'd ever seen at any other tournament, not just boxing, but throughout any other sport in the Olympics. She was incredibly distressed by this. So, I thought, this isn't good. This actually is bad. So, I'm kind of in charge of looking at what we do about sex and gender in boxing. So, So what do? Should this person have been banned? Well, they're a woman. It says passport on their passport they're a woman, so that's fine. There were some tests done by IBA, but we don't know what they were. So going forward, this is done. This is a terrible thing, it's done, but what do we do in the future? So the IOC, you probably can't see that, but the IOC framework comprises of inclusion, prevention of harm, non-discrimination, fairness, no presumption of advantage, evidence-based approach, primacy of health and bodily autonomy, stakeholder-centred approach, right to privacy, and periodic reviews. That's the framework for fairness, inclusion, and non-discrimination. That's the IOC's, and that seems pretty good to me. That's a good basis to start on. So I think the main thing there, and the main criticism was there was an advantage. This boxer had an advantage. So we want to try and, we don't want any boxers to have an advantage apart from their skill at boxing. But moving on, what can we do in the future? Well, testosterone appears to be the key, particularly testosterone at puberty. And if you have raised levels of testosterone at puberty, you have a larger skeleton, increased height and limb length, increased muscle mass and strength, increased size of organs such as heart and lungs, elevated hemoglobin concentration. So that's a slam dunk, isn't it? That's definitely it. If you've got raised testosterone at puberty, then you must really compete as a male. Or should you? Oh, maybe you shouldn't. I don't know. So testosterone levels in men and women can overlap. But even women with polycystic ovarian syndrome, the overlap is usually small. So testosterone levels in the adult male range would likely to have a physiological advantage over testosterone levels in the female range. So if you've got a raised testosterone, you get an advantage. It's fine. So CAS, the Court of Arbitration in Sport, ruled that testosterone is the primary source of the male advantage in elite sport. Testosterone is the primary driver of the sex difference in sports performance. Testosterone levels are the best, or the least imperfect, marker for separating men and women in competition. Okay, so that's good. So we test testosterone then. That's good. But then if you look at disorders of sexual development, which is where these issues really start to occur, you've got androgen insensitivity, congenital adrenal hyperplasia, Kalman syndrome, Klinefelter syndrome, McClure-Albright syndrome, Prader-Willi, Swyer, Turner syndrome, 5-alpha reductase type 2 deficiency. Well, we'll discard most of those because that stops you being an elite athlete. But if we look at these three, androgen insensitivity, congenital adrenal hyperplasia, and 5-alpha reductase type 2 deficiency, and we look at what you get. So let's start with congenital adrenal hyperplasia. Well, you can be XX or XY. It's a 50-50 split. Male or so you can be born, when you are born, you can be either male or female. Testosterone levels are high. So that gives you an advantage. And physiologically, whether you're XX or XY, physiologically you're male. So you have the advantage of being a male athletically, and you often have male characteristics. 5-alpha reductase type 2 deficiency, you are XY. However, your appearance at birth is female. You run high levels of testosterone, and physiologically, advantage-wise, athletically, you are male. Androgen insensitivity syndrome is more interesting. This is not an uncommon syndrome. At birth, you're XY, but you appear female at birth. What is your testosterone level? Well, your testosterone level is high if your testicles remain in place. However, often if you have a child that's born with this syndrome, the doctors will often offer, and this happens in the UK and I'm sure it happens all over the world, they will offer you to have the child remain female. The child is born female, the child can remain female. To do this, the testicles have to be removed. The ectopic testicles need to be removed because they can turn cancerous, amongst other things, but also it stops them producing testosterone. So, if your testicles removed, you are born female, the testicles removed when you're 1 or 2 years old, so you have no testosterone. So physiologically, you are female. So, what do? I don't want any athlete to have an advantage over another athlete. So, do I test chromosomes, see whether they're XX or XY? Well, I could test chromosomes, and if they are congenital adrenal hyperplasia, then if they're XX and they've got high testosterone, then they're physiologically male, but they're genetically female. If they've got androgen insensitivity syndrome, they could be genetically male, but if they've had their testicles removed, they are physiologically female. So, I'm not really sure what I'm going to do, but if anybody's got any really good suggestions, then please talk to me at the break. So, this is the framework: inclusion, prevention of harm, non-discrimination, fairness, no presumption of advantage, evidence-based approach, primacy of health and bodily autonomy, stakeholder-centered approach, right to privacy, periodic reviews. So we've done all those things. So just as a postscript to this story, Khalifa's filed a legal complaint with the French authorities over the online abuse and harassment she was subjected to. Over 1 million negative posts on social media. Over 1 million negative posts on social media. She's also taking action over reports, medical reports, which the French released. And the IOC said it was saddened by the abuse Khalifa had received since her appearance in Paris. I think, for me, I have got issues going forwards to make sure that boxing is fair for everybody. But I would say that if you do get a case like this, then at least try to be kind to the person involved. Because this may be lots of people's fault. It may have been PBU's fault, it may have been AIBA's fault, it may have been the IOC's fault, but it certainly wasn't Khalif's fault. And she had a dreadful Olympics. So just be kind. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Luzmer, for tackling so important issue of gender identity, because this issue was not only discussed in sport community, anti-doping community, but worldwide. So almost all the mass media were discussing this issue on mass media. And we are going to the next session, which is question and answer session. And we have a lot of doctors in our auditorium, so I think that we will have very interesting questions. İndi biz sual-cavab sessiyasımıza keçirik və kimin sualı varsa, buyurun. Mən sizi bir balaca fəal olmağa çağırıram, imkan varsa. Əgər heç kimin sual yoxdursa, I want to give some small information. Mən indi Azərbaycan dilində də deyəcəm. I want to give some small information about the photo contest that we have organized in the framework of our conference. So during 1.5 months, so around 2 months, we have organized a photo competition that was devoted to the Olympic years. So at the entrance of this hall, you could see all the pictures about around you. And we have received around 300 photos, from which a jury just choose 25, and 27 countries were represented. So we have decided to do like our spectator prize. So I would like to ask anyone, when you will be enjoying your coffee break, just put your sign, it's like a small flower or the heart, near the photo that you consider should be the best one. And at the day, at the end of this day, we will choose the spectator prize for the first, second and third places. Biz çox gözəl bir sərgi təşkil eləmişik. Xahiş edirəm coffee breakdə siz yaxınlaşa bilərsiniz bizim volontyorlara. Onlar sizə kömək eləyərlər və xahiş edirəm hər birinizdən ki, öz səsinizi verəsiniz, hansı şəkil siz bəyənirsiniz. Hər birinizi coffee breakdə dəvət eləyirəm. Konferans saat 12-də öz işini davam edəcək. Çox sağ olun. Hörmətli xanımlar və cənablar, konfransımız davam edir və keçirik ikinci sessiyamıza. Bu sessiya çərçivəsində bizdə iki çox maraqlı təqdimat gözləyir və birinci təqdimat üçün mən bura cənab Günter Yangeri davet etmək istəyirəm və onun mövzu antidopinq təşkilatları və hüquq mühafizə orqanları dopinqə qarşı mübarizədəki rolu barədə danışacaq. Deyə Günter.
I'm not sure whether the Deputy Minister is still here. Probably not. Dear Tamina, dear colleagues, friends, I have a slight problem. Your colleagues gave me 15 minutes to present and to convince you that intelligent investigation is good for clean sport. Impossible mission, but I will do my best, and I will separate my 15 minutes presentation in 3 sections. The first one, I will give you an example of my department where we convinced WADA to invest more in INI and why. The second is what I consider as the future of the fighting against doping. And the third one, give you some examples of how we try to establish the dream that I'm having about the fight against doping. Okay? Let's start with my department. And I start with a little story that I had. So I'm still police officer. So I'm leave without payment, it's called, in the Bavarian police. So I always can go back. I'm independent in WADA, so independent of the management. So whatever we investigate, nobody can influence our investigations. And when I started and I had a meeting with Olivier Nigli after the Russian investigation, he said, can you help me to build up INI department in WADA? And I said, yeah, we can do that. So what do you expect from me? And he said, convince me that investigation is good for clean sport. And I said, okay, we can do that. But if I convince you, you give me more resources. And I said, that sounds like a fair deal. Let's start. So whenever you convince me, then we will talk about resources. So this is where we started in 2016. Now my team composes of 15 people, which is almost 8% of WADA staff in INI. And they started with 0, and with a small organization, you can imagine how much you have to change in an organization in order to invest so significantly in one area. And I don't know who knows Dr. Olivier Rabin, because most of the budget went from him to our department. We still fight about that, but he's still okay with that. So since 2016, my team, and we are 15 people, we were instrumental to charge over 400 athletes, coaches, officials, just from the INI, which as well convinced our management to invest more and more in INI. So this is why we are 15 people now. I have restructured a little bit, so we have 2 units. One is the investigation unit, one is the intelligence unit. Why I'm saying that? Because intelligence is not just gathering data. Intelligence is also source management. And we had today with Lars where he said the athletes, we need to empower them, and we had this in the break. We need to empower them. They are our core, because what I did in our department is to create a whistleblower platform. They are the key for us, because they are the eyes on the ground. They know what's going on. So this is where we created our own source management unit. And I have source manager exclusively working for source management. They do nothing apart from source management. And in the last 6 years, or 8 years now, none of our whistleblowers have been disclosed in public, which is because if you fail once, you lose a lot of trust, and it takes a long time to get that back. So we started it back in 2016 with around 200 messages per year. Now we are 500. And that's also interesting. Whatever happens in the media with scandal, and you probably have read about WADA, you know, how bad we are and how bad organized we are, they don't care. Every year we have an increase of people coming forward, and they distinguish of operational work that we are doing and political work. So this is how we started. And now to the second part of my presentation is what do I see as the future in the anti-doping world. And we heard already, I think, this morning, education. And I, as well, I'm a big believer of education is the base of everything. We want to avoid any unintentional doping. We don't want the athlete seeing me or my team or testing as the first person for the anti-doping. It should be an educator. It should be someone who gives them the understanding, because we had a project, and perhaps you have seen it, with a refuge of minors. The trauma that athletes have, young athletes have, when they go through the process of being caught in doping is tremendous. So this is why it's for me, the base is education. The second, and we can be very proud of it, is testing. It's a very important pillar because it has a lot of deterrence, but we also can catch. Unfortunately, we catch only under 1%, which is, but this is my opinion, is very low. I think it's higher, and we could do more. But of course, testing is very transparent. They know exactly when to get tested. Sophisticated dopers, they have their own laboratories. They have their own possibility to bypass. And especially with the Russian investigations, microdosing, now we have gene doping. It's very advanced. And we try to tackle these two, or this advanced doping, which is a Ferrari now, with still sometimes with bikes. You know, we're chasing them with bikes. And the only way how we can mitigate that risk is if we have lots of bikes. And this is where we are, you know, that we need to be better. And testing only catches 2 out of 11 anti-doping rule violations. It's only use and presence. For the rest, you need investigations. So this is why it's important. The third pillar, of course, is I&I. So while testing goes, you know, on the athlete when you have something present, intelligence investigation goes on the human side. They talk to people, they talk to whistleblowers, they talk to coaches, they talk to support persons. They get far more knowledge on that part, not just on the technical part. And intelligence investigations can help testing, of course, because when you have the intelligence, you know better who to test and when, particular, but as well can help education. Because in education, sometimes instead of educating everyone, perhaps you just focus on the ones that are really important for your country, the high level or high risk sports that you're having. So this is where I think we can help each other. And the third one, and the fourth one, it's the last one, and I always was from the very beginning that without them, we cannot win the battle. We can be good here, but we only go around the athletes. What I would like to is coming from the supply, because someone buys the stuff. And for that, you need law enforcement. And that's the fourth pillar. Because when we disrupt the supply chain, every athlete, when you dope, they need to get the substance somewhere, right? And it's either from a coach, or some athletes, they order by themselves, but nobody really looked at it. Law enforcement are not interested in athletes. They want to have the criminal group behind that. They want to have the coach, the doctor who is behind it and perhaps provide stuff to many athletes and not just one. And this is where we want to help. So this is a fourth pillar. And in order to make the dream come true, and I'm coming to my third part, I always dreamt, how can we convince law enforcement to get into this area? Because if you approach law enforcement, say, you have a doping case, most of them said, you know, I have here terrorism, drugs, etc. Doping is not on my highest priority. I can tell you from the LKA, where I come from Munich, we have 300 investigators just for Bavaria, which is probably the size and has 10 million like Azerbaijan. So we have 300, only for the criminal police, 300 investigators. One is for doping, and he also does economic crime. So it's not the priority for law enforcement. They have other issues. But if you come with organized crime, that's a different music. So what we have to convince them is to bring them, to convince them that sport is organized crime, and they are in there, and we don't have to doubt that. So therefore, we were lucky we got a project from the European Commission. They funded it, and this is where we brought 48 countries, and Azerbaijan was one of them, together for workshops. And I'll give you a short demonstration of the outcome, because a video is always better than thousands of my words. Okay, so the project, and I don't want to go in detail because that's going far beyond of the 15 minutes, but it's a multi-layer project, and we have from questionnaire to initial training to prepare NATO experts for the law enforcement. We had the advanced workshop, six of them in Warsaw. We have the campaign where we were addressing the topic doping for youth. We generated 13 million impressions, so there was a lot of positive feedback. We had side projects like the CIS platform that Azerbaijan has now access, so you know exactly in which countries you can contact someone that can be of help for you. We have a legal framework discussing about or elaborating on the legal frameworks in the countries. But the core is the operations. What we wanted is that law enforcement and they come together and work together and fight against together. And in March we had 60, and usually then the project goes over, but it was not. It's still continuing. And give you an example of Greece, here where Europol was part of it, law enforcement was part of it. They dismantled a big Bitcoin mine that was used for money laundering, for PD profit. We had feedback from law enforcement. They want us to be more and more engaged in that because they see the synergy of that. And just to give you the outcome of what we are now at 85 operations. 11 tons of performance-enhancing drugs were seized in Europe. 20 underground laboratories were dismantled. 55 tons of PED were identified. So altogether, just this group, and it's not us, it's just a group that made sure that 440 million doses of performance-enhancing drugs were not coming onto the market. And it's what Lars said. I think this you cannot really measure, but 440 million is quite a lot, and it was only for European market. So what is the next step? I'm already over 15 minutes. Is we decided now to continue. So we have started with Europe. The next one we go to Asia, Oceania. So that will happen next year. So with 6 workshops as well. We partner with Interpol now. They wanted to be part of it. And if we have enough sponsors, then we will continue in Americas and Africa until 2029. So that's where I think my dreams come true. If we, at the end of 2029, we have a global network of intelligence investigators. So that's from my side. I just look at Sak Olum. Is that, and Halalik.
Thank you so much, Mr. Younger. It was really very, very inspiring presentation, you know. I was feeling myself like being again in Lausanne this year at the Water Animal Symposium. And I want to highlight that at AMADA we pay a lot of attention to all 4 pillars that you have just shown. But also I would like to highlight that we have changed the sequence of the pillars. Like we started from investigation, then we're going to testing, and then we're going to education. And we will have really 2 very inspiring sessions after the lunch. The first one will be devoted to testing, and we will have representatives from Japanese Antidopinq Agency, from Poland Antidopinq Agency, and also International Testing Agency. And at the last session, we will be talking about the education, which is a top priority for AMADA. So right now, we are slightly moving to another presentation, which will be presented by Mr. Jamie Brown, Head of Antidoping Unit of Council of Europe. And zahmet olmasa bizdə indi online qoşulma olmalıdır. Jamie, can you hear me? Hello? Your microphone is closed, please. Okay. Can you try again? It's still closed, Jamie, please.
Apologies, is that creating an echo?
We can hear you.
Can you hear me clearly?
So please, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Super. I have a presentation. Let me see if I can on the screen. Okay, is that coming through?
Yes, we can hear you, but there is an echo, maybe.
see if I can fix this sound problem.
It's better now.
Better now? You can hear me clearly?
Yes, I can hear you, but can you speak a little bit louder, if you please?
Okay, is that any better?
It's better now, thank you.
Okay, so sorry for the technical problems. You would have thought after several years of pandemic and all that we'd resolve these issues, but well, it remains extremely complicated, and I do apologize. Well, good morning, everyone. It is a great pleasure to be with you, at least remotely. So my name is Jamie Brown. I'm the head of the anti-doping unit here in the Council of Europe. So my background is mostly in international crime policy. So in that capacity, I've been working here at the Council of Europe for many years, working on mostly hate crime, terrorism, and organized crime as well. So everything that Mr. Younger said is music to my ears. Today, I'm going to cover just a few things very briefly from the side of the Council of Europe. I'll give you a brief overview of our anti-doping convention. I'll dive into a little bit one of our key outputs from the last few years, which is a recommendation on whistleblowers and anti-doping. And then I'll try to wrap up with a couple of thoughts on some of the ongoing and future challenges. So first things first. So we have the the Council of Europe Anti-Doping Convention is 35 years old this year. So we're very happy to celebrate our anniversary. It's been going for a very long time. Our key institution that monitors this is the TDO, which is our monitoring body. The TDO is an intergovernmental body primarily. It interprets the Anti-Doping Convention on the basis of good practices, recent developments, formulates recommendations and proposes standards to be taken by states and competent agencies. So the key thing to note for the TDO is that one of the things that we do is we also do questionnaires, which allow self-assessment in order to identify where resources are being spent, where anti-doping policy is going, and what developments are important to note. So I'll mention some of that data that we have a little bit later, because I think it will help put into context a lot of what we're discussing here today. Briefly, the Anti-Doping Convention covers two things which have some relevance to in investigations and intelligence, but it's something that has really grown in recent years and wasn't really foreseen when the convention was developed. The main article is Article 3.1, which obliges state parties to coordinate policies and actions between government departments and public agencies concerned with combating doping in sport. Additionally, there's an international cooperation component to the convention as well, covering bilateral and multilateral engagement between agencies and authorities. And this is something that's really matured over the last 3.5 decades of the convention's work. But as I said, I'll dive into something that was mentioned by Mr. Younger and talk a little bit more about some of our recommendations. One of which is a more recent one on the protection of whistleblowers in the fight against doping. As you can see on the screen, we have a few others which cover some broader concepts, including fair procedure applicable to anti-doping proceedings, information sharing between different agencies, which also has relevance for anti-doping. And we're working on some other recommendations, which I will talk to. One thing I would note going into this is we don't draft these recommendations ourselves. These are put together by international experts, specialists looking to pool good practices, identify current weaknesses, and then try to find a common standard each of us can all work towards. They're necessarily broad, so they apply to all member states, while also allowing a degree of flexibility to states to meet the goals within the best way for their resources and their institutional setup. So whistleblowers, as Mr. Younger noted, are key, and these sources are absolutely vital. And I'm very happy to see the extraordinary operational work that WADA is doing in this area. And if anything, I would be very eager to see something like this replicated across all NADOs, where investigative specialists and intelligence specialists can support whistleblowers in coming forward. So what is this recommendation and what does it cover? Well, first of all, it's aiming to enshrine the rights and the responsibilities of whistleblowers to make information sharing safer, easier, and for the states and institutions involved to receive that information and handle it properly. It covers the rights of whistleblowers, so rights to confidentiality, as well as things like a right to protection from retaliation, threats, and harm. So, I mean, these are issues that are obviously broader than just doping. Encouraging whistleblowers in any capacity remains quite a significant challenge. It's very easy for people to turn a blind eye to suspected wrongdoing. It's psychologically very difficult for people to report on their colleagues, to potentially harm their own institution, teammates, and friends, even when there's bad behavior. But I think getting towards clean sport, breaking that culture of silence is important, and making sure that it is something that everyone can work towards is crucial. So the key aspect here, as I said, is this confidential and secure reporting channels. Now, our constituency, the Council of Europe, is broader than simply NADOs. So these channels apply not just to anti-doping organizations, but also to law enforcement and other entities involved in that process. Equally, another important issue is that the recommendation encourages international level cooperation. So information that could affect international competitions, for example, regional sporting events. What's encouraged is that there's a proper legal basis for the sharing of that information, for data transmission to other NADOs, to WADA, to the ITA, and to international sporting organizations and institutions as necessary. So that's a good example of one of our sort of key recommendations in this area to try to facilitate these sorts of processes. I think then if we're going to go into what we see as some of the ongoing challenges in Europe, I&I still remains rather under-resourced in most NADOs. As I mentioned, we collect a lot of data from all of the different states parties. And one of the things that is quite evident is that the I&I budget remains very low. It's from the information that we have, it ranges from 0 to 7% of most countries' budgets, with the majority in the lower range of that. So quite a small amount of resources are put into it. Equally then, sports organizations do not seem to invest much in this area, even though they are increasingly sensitized in certain sports to the importance of this type of activity. I recognize, of course, and we recognize that there are considerable challenges, not only resources there. Second point that I would make in terms of ongoing challenges is that there's quite an uneven legislative approach to doping and doping-related offenses. So it's not just, as Mr. Younger pointed out, the challenge of law enforcement prioritization, but also in some cases, in some countries, there is an absence of proper legal basis for law enforcement to address the supply or the broader offenses of doping offenses, trafficking, cross-border issues outside of specific violations. Then, within the domestic legal system, across all the 52 states parties to the convention that we have, criminal legislation, for instance, related to doping, is quite fragmented. It varies quite dramatically on the terms and the types of offenses and issues. And it can cover issues such as use, but also production, manufacturing, import, export, or the classification of doping as a form of fraud. The other problem is it's split amongst a variety of different legal structures. We have it in the National Criminal Code, sports acts, health codes, specific anti-doping acts, but also in things like the Food Code, pharmaceutical acts. This creates a rather difficult situation for interdiction and other action. Equally then, that kind of leads into the third point. There's a lack of formalized proper coordination and cooperation channels, such as memorandums of understanding between a large number of law enforcement and NADOs. I think one of the things to note here is that we are working on trying to advance this process. We're looking into how we can utilize our Council of Europe capacity to bring together not just NADOs, but law enforcement and others to focus on bringing criminalization issues to the forward to try to facilitate that cooperation. We're not operational as much as what was indicated in Mr. Younger's presentation, but setting the legal basis is obviously core to making that effective. Crucially, from our side, of course, we're looking at ensuring that when we do go towards criminalization, we're not going towards over-criminalization, and to ensure that there's a sort of state-of-the-art rule of law, human rights, and athletes' rights set of safeguards in place. I will then move into just some final thoughts, very briefly. I think the key thing that I would suggest, a well-funded I&I department in a NATO should go from desirable to essential. We've seen a focus justified mostly on doping controls and tests. This is, of course, crucial and remains the cornerstone of anti-doping. Effective testing plans are critical. Each test is an important data point in putting together a case. But as Mr. Younger noted, use or presence is only 2 of the anti-doping rule violations. So this gets to the key thing here. Nobody's making and taking their own doping substances, and nobody operates alone. And if you'll allow me to put on my different hat, I worked in anti-terrorism policy for a long time, and there was a big focus on these lone actor attacks, lone wolves. And what this tended to miss with this terminology, with this focus, there was always some form of support for those sorts of persons, whether that was material, whether that was ideological. And that might come in the form of providing instruments of attack or preparation, but it also is things like the environment, propaganda, things that inspire and motivate people to do these sorts of things. Now, I'm not trying to mix anti-doping and attacks, don't misunderstand me. But the point remains that nobody is acting alone. There's the classic athlete support staff, there's coaches, managers, doctors, but there's also gym buddies, people who take these things recreationally. There's people selling these things within gyms, within recreational centers, within fitness. And there's a culture there that facilitates or allows or promotes dishonesty or doping and fraud, ultimately. So to get to the bottom of a doping case, you need to investigate the circumstances in which it occurs. And there needs then to be the powers to do so, searches, surveillance, an in-depth understanding of how and when someone procures prohibited substances. In bigger cases, we're dealing with effectively conspiracies to defraud, networks of collusion, and collaboration. And this, as Mr. Younger noted, is where law enforcement is essential to get the suppliers, the organized criminals, those who are doing the money laundering for those illicit profits. That's how you break the network. So NADOs and law enforcement, where appropriate, with the permissions, with the legal basis, need to look into that and disrupt those doping conspiracies when they emerge. And that is what an effective I&I system should be working towards. This does, of course, as mentioned, require training and expertise via investigation, care, due diligence, and a human rights-oriented framework to ensure that those protections and safeguards are in place. This is something that we at the Council of Europe are very passionate about and something we stand ready to support alongside our partners and institutions internationally, including those here today. Allow me then to just conclude by saying that sport integrity is not just about finding and sanctioning individual dopers. It's ensuring that those sophisticated doping conspiracies cannot thrive, that there's no system of impunity, and that all doping activities are sufficiently deterred. And with that, I would like to thank you very much for your attention. And again, I regret that I'm not there in person to be able to speak with you all today. Thank you so much.
Dear Mr. Brown, thank you so much being with us despite the time difference between Baku and your country. So I would like to ask you to stay with us because right now we are moving to the question and answer session. So kimin sualı varsa zahmet olmasa verebilirsiniz. Eğer hiç kimin sualı yoksa, I have a question, Jamie. Personally. So last month we have participated as an AMADA in the workshop that was organized by UCAT, Great Britain's anti-doping agency, and it was really interesting workshop on the use of artificial intelligence in the anti-doping field. And being honest, we're using artificial intelligence for the last months more and more, you know, and I want to reveal one small secret. So tomorrow we will have something that was created by the artificial intelligence. So I hope that you will join us in tomorrow's session as well. But my question is, if it's quite clear how we can use artificial intelligence and education, like creating some outreach programs or something, like something inspiring, if it's clear how we can use it in science field, like web scraping and searching for the new articles that were, you know, devoted to the anti-doping studies and so on. It is quite challenging, I think, how we can use artificial intelligence in testing and investigations, you know. And my question is not only for you, but I want to address this question also to Mr. Younger, because I think that, and we were discussing that, if any decisions will be taken by the artificial intelligence, and we cannot escape from that, we're living in this epoch right now, but if the decisions will be made by artificial intelligence, what do you think, are there any ethical issues that should be taken into consideration? And also I would like to highlight that we have here Ms. Snezhana Samardzic-Markovic, which is an athlete expert, a rights expert from WADA. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed for that question. Would you like me to tackle this first, or Mr. Younger, would you like to take a shot?
Yes, please, you can start and then Mr. Younger will
Sure.
continue. Thank you.
So AI is obviously something that is also at the core of some of the work that we're doing at the Council of Europe. Just recently, we have opened up the world's first convention on artificial intelligence, which does cover, for instance, decision-making processes within a kind of a human rights, rule of law, and pro-democracy framework. Now, ethically, there are obviously some issues with AI. Ultimately, I would generally argue that when you're using AI is an assistant. It's not a final decision-making tool. And if you use it as a final decision-making tool, you are giving too much of either your human or institutional authority over to a process which should not be given that authority. AIs can support us. How? Well, they can do for certain things very well. They can collect results very well. They can identify certain words very well. They can put together sample responses. They can put together suggested outputs. But a decision-making process in a proper framework requires a human to be responsible ultimately for that. Why? Say you're making a decision on sanctions. You're weighing something that is not easily quantifiable. It's not a data question. It's not a mathematical question. It's a question that has ethics. It's got considerations. And, dare I say it, there's an emotional, human, psychological element to it. You shouldn't give a non-feeling machine autonomy over human feelings in that sense. So those are some of the ethical questions that come up when you're dealing with AI cases, and that applies as much to anti-doping as it does to anything else. What AI is, as I said, very good for is creating a lot of things very quickly, but that material doesn't have that human touch, that human element, or that human expertise to know what is good and what is bad. So when you're making materials, for instance, your question is going to be a little bit different. It's how confident are you that you're creating something that is of high quality? And AI doesn't have a sense of truth. It doesn't have a sense of expertise. What it cannot do is tell you that it's saying something that it knows from its experience. When we use AI tools, you see, for example, it can make up references. These are called hallucinations. Why? Because it doesn't have an empirical concept that a human who has worked in an area, who knows what this area's expertise is, and this makes a huge difference when you're dealing with concrete cases or concrete circumstances. So again, AI is very much just a tool. It's not an output unto itself. And I think if we're being ethical with how we use AI tools, we use them to support our human decision-making, but we do not give it up in the process.
Thank you so much, Mr. Brown. Personally, I think that we are very much widely represented in the TDO groups, like on compliance, on education, science, and other legal issues. It's like a proposal if you just consider including using AI in anti-doping, especially from the, how to say, ethical perspective, you know, ethical issues in the work of these working groups. It will be just great. Thank you so much, and I want to give floor for Mr. Younger. Thank you.
Yeah, there is not a lot to add to Jamie's contribution. I mean, AI will be the future. I mean, if you think it will not determine in the next coming years our life, I think that would be naive. But I fully support what Jamie said. It's a tool. It's we are facing big data at the moment. We have so much, and we as well in WADA, we have a restructure. We are going more to a data-driven organization, and AI will one of the tools that we will use. We will use to prioritize our cases, but there will always be an analyst or investigator looking over it and decide what way you or we should go, because the human touch will never be supported by artificial intelligence, not now at least. So therefore, as long as you consider them as a tool, as long as you use it as a tool, I think we are fine as well ethically. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Younger. So we have just several minutes left before our lunch. If there is any other question, or we can, yeah, please.
Dear guests, good day and good morning, Jamie, for you. My name is Nijat, for those who don't know me, lead legal specialist at AMADA. First of all, thank you very much for accepting our invitation and being part of this international conference. I have a little question to Mr. Younger. First of all, thank you very much for insightful speech as a lawyer. It was a great chance to listen to you in person. As every single speaker mentioned, NADOs have great challenging with intelligence and investigation, and my question is about this issue. Every time at every single meeting, anti-doping meeting, we emphasize the importance of collaboration with law enforcement agencies, and while saying that, to be honest, we expect their helping hand, but a reverse is true, of course. And as you know, apart from anti-doping rules, we have criminal code, we have administrative offenses code, and they have some articles dedicated to doping-related issues. And the investigation of these crimes or offenses has been assigned to our Minister of Internal Affairs. Sometimes they can request some information which they consider it's necessary for their investigation, and we possess like the their test results of the athlete, personal data, ABP, everything can be listed. In case we provide them with this information, can it be considered as a breach of confidentiality or personal data violation? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this question. I think first, you need to have the legal framework. I mean, that's the base for everything. And this is why we had one part of our project was to develop a legal framework of the 48 countries. So therefore, I think that would be a nice paper to read from your side. It's available. And it gives you an idea of what are the basics. And then you need to, when you have the basics, because law enforcement, if there are no legal basis, they cannot do anything. So this is very important that it's harmonized. That's the first thing. The second thing is that you speak with law enforcement and establish a memorandum of understanding, what can be shared, in order to make sure that whatever you share, it's not a breach of confidentiality. And the third part, and this is as well what we have, if you have sources, confidential sources, you need the consent. So what we do, for instance, if we have a source and it's going into a criminal case and law enforcement is interested, we talk to the source and try to convince them to work with the law enforcement, and then we would hand over the source. But if the source says no, then we will not disclose it. We will respect whatever the source tells us, and then we would work as a bridge with law enforcement and provide them. It's possible. Everything is possible. With law enforcement, they are more flexible as it looks like when they have an interest in the case. So therefore, that would be my advice.
Thank you very much for the answer.
Yes, sure. Yes, please.
I would just, thank you very much. My name is Nežana, and I would just like to add that I've read also very carefully from human rights perspective the confidential source policy by WADA, and I have to say this is one of the really excellent documents. I couldn't actually criticize it. So I took the floor just to say that I recommend it strongly, as Mr. Younger did as well.
Thank you.
If we have no other questions, I invite everyone. Firstly, I would like to deep thank to Council of Europe and also for World Anti-Doping Agency for your perspectives and for your presentations. And I would like to invite everyone for the lunch break. And our conference will continue at 2. So, herkesi nahar fasiləsindən dəvət edirəm. Çox sağ olun, minnətdaram. Thank you so much, team.
So much. Have a great conference.
Çox xahiş edirəm, çox üzr istəyirəm. Heç kəs getməsin, biz indi bir qrup şəkil çəkdirmək fikrindəyik. Zəhmət olmasa, bura yaxınlaşardınız. We will take a group photo, yes, right now. Yes, here, please. Safi, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, yeah, perfect.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Will you use your video as well?
Can I put it on right now?
Yep.
Okay. It won't let me?
Not yet, but
Oh,
yeah,
there.
we can see you. Okay, great. We are starting in 4 minutes, okay?
Okay, no worries.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Go ahead.
Hörmətli xanımlar və cənablar, biz başlamaq istəyirik. Zəhmət olmasa oturun. Keçirik 3-cü sessiyamıza, hansı testing prosesinə həsr olunacaq. Bu sessiyada 3 çıxış dinləyərik və birinci çıxış üçün söz verilir xanım Sophie Berwickə. International Testing Agency'nin əsas tədbirlər üzrə mütəxəssisi, mövzu olacaq Olimpiya Antidopinq proqramının icrası, rollar, öhdəliklər və Paris 2024-dən əldə edilən təcrübələr. Dear Sophie, please, floor is yours.
Thank you. Hello, everyone, and thank you for having me. Today, I will walk you through the IT anti-doping program for the Olympic Games, focusing on its innovative measures, key collaborations, and operational successes that uphold the integrity of sport. Ensuring a robust anti-doping program requires collaboration between all partners. I don't know if you can see the slides on the screen. All right, can we go to slide 3, please? There we are. So the IOC is the governing body for the Olympic Games and is ultimately accountable for compliance. The ITA implements the doping control program on behalf of the IOC, and national anti-doping organizations provide local support, such as the Agence Française de Lutte contre le Dopage, the AFLD, in the context of the Summer Olympics Paris 2024. Next, please. The organizing committee manages the operational budget, logistics, and workforce, and the WADA accredited laboratory conducts sample analysis. Again, in the context of Paris 2024, it was the French lab called the LADF. And we also have the WADA Independent Observers team who monitors the program compliance. So together, all stakeholders ensure a compliant, efficient, and collaborative anti-doping programs safeguarding the integrity of the games. Next, please. Now, to give you a bit of background, the ITA is an independent non-profit foundation established in 2018, mandated by international federations and organizers of major sports events to set up and implement their anti-doping programs. The ITA is therefore mandated by the IOC to manage its anti-doping program on its events, and that includes the Summer, Winter, and the Youth Olympic Games. The activities are implemented in accordance with the World Anti-Doping Code and the IOC anti-doping rules. Next, please. Now that we've set the stage, let's take a moment to look into the operational details of the Summer Olympic Games Paris 2024. The ITA's targeted tested approach for Paris was data-driven, incorporated recommendations from the pre-games expert group, intelligence from ITA's confidential platform Reveal, and collaborative input from French authorities, international federation, and other ADOs. To provide context, the ITA issued over 25,000 testing recommendations at the Tokyo 2020 pre-games testing program, and over 80% of these recommendations were completed. Building on these efforts, the Paris pre-games outcomes were even more significant, with 90% of participating athletes tested at least once prior to the games. These efforts led to the detection of over 40 anti-doping rule violations, reflecting the impact of targeting and strategic testing. The Paris 2024 program, including an enhanced testing strategy, combining both urine and blood, with innovative methods such as DBS and gene doping analysis. It's important to note that gene doping testing was first introduced in Tokyo 2020, marking a milestone in the fight against emerging doping methods. If we look at the development of the DBS testing across recent games, at the time of the Tokyo Olympics, DBS collection equipment had not yet been validated by WADA, so blood was collected in EDTA tubes and sent to the lab, where the samples were then spotted onto paper supports manually. For Beijing 2022, the Sinopharm kit was introduced, marking the first time the full DBS process was in place. Blood was collected via a finger prick. And during Paris 2024, further advancements were made with the use of the Tasso M20 kit, which enabled blood collection from the shoulder. The kits were selected by Paris 2024 through a grouping order by the AFLD. So for urine samples, the Berlinger equipment was selected, including the Berlinger urine collection vessel and the Berikit plastic. For blood, the Berikit small and local accessories were used, and for DBS, as I just mentioned, the Tasso M20 device was used. This tool allows for efficient and minimally invasive blood collection from the shoulder. As I mentioned previously, a targeted testing approach was at the core of the Paris program, which prioritized high-risk athletes and sports based on extensive risk assessments, physiological factors, country-specific risks, and intelligence insight. A total of 6,130 samples were collected from over 4,770 controls, making the highest proportion of athletes tested in Olympic history. Nearly 39% of athletes did undergo testing during the Games, which represents a 4% increase from Tokyo 2020 and 10% from Rio 2016, with tests covering 97% of NOCs and 200 countries. Testing was focused on high priority sports, so you can see on the screen, including athletics, aquatics, cycling, rowing, and wrestling. ITS targeted testing demonstrates a proactive approach with 2/3 of in-competition tests and 1/3 of out-of-competition tests. To support this vast program, 240 doping control officers, 14 blood collection officers, and about 570 chaperones and other volunteers from the Doping Control Coordination Center collaborated. This workforce included a mix of national and international DCOs and an additional 67 DCOs also trained in blood collection. Over 30 IT anti-doping experts worked in partnership with the organizing committee, the AFLD, and other NADO secondees to ensure smooth operations. Let's now discuss the establishments of the new laboratory in Paris and the innovative steps taken by the French lab. Building a new laboratory in Paris from scratch was no small task. It presented significant financial and political challenges, but the LADF strong and open-minded team rose to the occasion, fostering a collaborative relationship with the ITA well in advance of the Games. This partnership built trust, ensuring smooth coordination and facilitated the integration of IT solutions and operational procedures. The LADF introduced innovative ideas to manage costs effectively without compromising quality, including a hub system that we'll discuss in a minute, which streamlined processes during the Games, packing samples directly at the event, which reduced expenses on instrumentation and staffing. Innovation in anti-doping require careful vetting and rigorous testing, sharing ideas with the anti-doping committee, and securing approval from the WADA laboratory expert advisory group is very important as well. Once approved, innovation must undergo stress tests to ensure reliability under real-world conditions. Skipping these tests could lead to significant failures during major events like the Olympic Games. So for new labs planning to host major events, it's very important to allocate 12 to 18 months for thorough stress tests and corrective actions. This timeline is really important to mitigate risks and ensure operational readiness. The LADF's journey and successful delivery demonstrates the importance of collaboration, innovation, and meticulous preparation. In terms of operation, the handling of TUI inquiry forms, so the therapeutic use exemptions, was a notable success. All forms were processed within 90 minutes or less. A significant of samples required no further confirmation, streamlining operations even further. As I mentioned before, the hub system played a key role in sample management. A centralized hub in Paris facilitated a single daily delivery to the laboratory, and this ensured that lab results were consistently reporting at the same time each day, enhancing predictability and coordination. Non-conformities were also addressed efficiently. We had a dedicated staff member operating in a different time zone that ensured prompt resolution, so most non-conformities were resolved within an average of 2 to 4 hours. The LADF also provided valuable support by submitting testing recommendations to the ITA. Many of these were related to the newly implemented endocrine passports, showcasing the lab's proactive approach. And finally, lab documentation packages were also handled very efficiently. The requests were processed and fulfilled promptly, ensuring smooth communication and compliance. I'd like to conclude by highlighting the final phase of the IT anti-doping program, which is the long-term storage and reanalysis of samples. All samples were securely stored in the ITA centralized long-term storage facility for up to 10 years. Samples may undergo reanalysis when new technological or scientific advancements allow for more sophisticated methods. For Tokyo 2020, This initiative was financially supported by the IOC, encouraging all ADOs to participate. So recognizing the importance of the 6 months pre-games period, the IT offered free storage for interested ADOs for samples collected during that time. And this was made possible through an IOC dedicated fund with over 40 organizations participating in the project. For Paris 2024, the policy shifted slightly. The IOC funding storage now applies only to samples collected by the IOC as the testing authority. But despite this change, all samples were efficiently packed and sent to the CLTSF in less than 3 months, ensuring proper long-term storage and availability for future reanalysis. So the ITA commitment for long-term sample storage and reanalysis underscores the key role of innovation and collaboration in the fight against doping. These efforts extend the deterrent effect beyond the games and ensure ongoing integrity in sports. I'd like to finish by highlighting the collective commitment to fair play and transparency thanks to the support of all stakeholders. Thank you everyone for listening.
Thank you so much, dear Sophie. Thank you so much for being with us online today. And thank you for all this vast work that was conducted by International Testing Agency during this Olympic year. So I'm happy to, if I may ask, if you can stay with us for more 30 minutes, because we will have question and answer session at the end. So I'm happy right now to give the word to Ms. Chika Hirai, the Director of International Relations, Japan Antidoping Agency. And Chika, thank you so much for coming to Baku from Tokyo, you know. Thank you so much. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. I would like to begin by expressing my sincere gratitude to Dr. Tamina Tagidada, the CEO of Azerbaijan National Anti-Doping Agency, for giving me this opportunity to make this presentation and to visit this wonderful city. And I also would like to thank Dr. Rufat Efendi, the Deputy CEO of AMADA, and everyone at the AMADA for their various support in preparation for me to come here. As I was just introduced, I'm Chika, the Director of International Relations at Japan Anti-Doping Agency. Today, I'd like to touch these points based on my experience as the Director of Doping Control at Tokyo 2020 Organizing Committee. I was in charge of testing for 11 years at Japan Anti-Doping Agency, and I was seconded to the Organizing Committee for 6 years and came back to JADA after the game. I would like to start with the summary of Tokyo 2020 Games. As I'm sure many of you remember, the Tokyo 2020 Games were held in 2021, at the time when the strong impact of COVID-19 was still being felt and various restrictions were in place. Despite the significant impact of COVID-19, more than 10,000 athletes participated in the Games. This was the first Summer Olympic Games in which the ITA was involved in the actual testing operation. We collected more than 5,000 samples and more than 1,000 blood samples for both OCT and ICT. You can see the detailed statistics in the WADA IO report for Tokyo 2020 or the ITA website. For Paralympic Games, we worked with IPC and collected little less than 1,700 urine samples and little less than 500 blood samples for 4,400 athletes participated. For sample collection personnel, we selected about 300 DCOs and BCOs at the end. We lost almost 100 DCOs because of COVID. So 300 DCO and BCO are not enough, but we had to manage it. So it was quite hard and long hours working in some venues. For Paris, ITA selected DCOs, but for Tokyo 2020, ITA was not ready at the point of selecting DCOs. So Tokyo 2020, with the support of Canadian NADO, CCES, selected all local and international DCOs. The basic selection criteria we used were English, ability, and DCO experience. On top of those criteria, we also used priority criteria that the DCO who are able to be a lead DCO or the chaperone coordinator, and also able to participate both games, and also very important criteria was the evaluation from the past games. These are the number by regions. JADA had little less than 300 DCOs at the time, but not all of them could speak English. We selected DCOs who can communicate in English and also recruited and trained new DCOs who can speak English. Also, we selected more DCOs from Asian regions to raise the capacity of DCOs in Asia and also save the travel fees. At the end, many IDCOs canceled to come to Tokyo due to the COVID. And we had to use more JADA DCOs even though they could not speak much English. And as you can see, unfortunately, we didn't have any DCOs from Africa because nobody applied for the DCOs. So we couldn't select any DCOs from Africa region, but we invited a staff from South Africa NADO as a coordination center staff, which is shown in the bracket. Next slide, I would like to talk about the role of organizing committee. As also already Sophie mentioned, the testing authority and result management authority for the Olympic Games is the IOC, and they delegate the authority to the ITA. And sample collection authority was the organizing committee. And because the organizing committee does not have SCPs, normally ask local NADO for support. So for Tokyo 2020, we asked JADA for support, providing selecting JADA DCOs and BCOs, including recruiting, training new DCOs. The organizing committee recruited volunteer chaperones and asked JADA to train them. Other than selecting and training SCPs and operating coordination center during the games time that we asked JADA to support. The organizing committee had to prepare everything else related to the anti-doping. Everything means the recruiting, training, and allocating SCPs and coordination center staff, also budgeting, creating manuals and other necessary documents for athletes and SCPs, and prepare equipment and doping control stations. Also transportation for athlete and sample collection personnel, accommodation and meals for sample collection personnel, education and athlete engagement related preparations, and coordination with other functional areas such as food and beverages, clean and waste, human resources, security, sports, medical, ceremony, communication, press, and broadcast and legal, and so on. We have so many functional areas that we need to work with. And because we need to prepare for 2 games, I try to harmonize the procedures as much as possible for both games. As you know, sample collection procedures are same for both games, but there are many other things you need to prepare separately for each games in the past. All printings, manuals, guides are combined into one for both games for Tokyo 2020, and use the same system for coordination center operating for both games, such as how to communicate with sample collection personnel and how to share working shift to sample collection personnel. We use the same paperless system for both games, and in order to do this, we always had meeting together with IOC, ITA, and IPC, so we all can arrange, agree on the same things. Also, we always had in mind about Paralympic Games when we prepare anything. Sounds it is easy, but and the normal things, but Paralympics is easy to be forgotten in many cases. The few points that we had different procedure between Olympic and Paralympic are here, and the first one is TUE process. This is anti-doping process, but the ITA and IPC handle this process and not the organizing committee. So we have different procedure for this TUE process. And also how to collect whereabouts information during the games time is operated by the ITA and IPC and not the organizing committee. So the procedure was also different. Communication tool between organizing committee and ITA, IPC for the managing OCT was also different because how to manage TDP and risk assessment was different in ITA and IPC. The policy on the sample collection on the closing ceremony day was also different. For Olympic, ITA tried to complete sample collection at the venue, and if necessary, we transported athletes directly to the closing ceremony venue after the completion of sample collection to minimize the transportation of athletes. However, for Paralympic, IPC wanted all athletes to be transferred and tested at the village, so athletes can go back to their rooms easily to prepare for the closing ceremony due to their impairment. When we prepare, we always went back to the past games operation to make decisions. Basically, copy the operation from the past game is quite normal. And if you want to change anything from the past games, you need to fight a lot to get things you need. At the same time, WADA IO reports also pointed out issues that need to be improved for the future games. So I tried my best to make the program better for everyone, especially I tried to raise the bar for the sample collection personnel working conditions. We paid for all sample collection personnel except volunteer chaperones, as we pay normally for JDCOs. We pay for the all transportation, including flights coming to Tokyo, and we arranged all meals, which is normally only provided during the working shift. And also try to be as flexible as possible with the meal because busy working time is different from other staff and difficult to go to the dining hall within the opening hours. And we still got the complaints from sample collection personnel, but as far as I know, it was one of the best conditions provided for sample collection personnel. Next, I would like to talk about the lab. The size of the lab was enough for handling annual JADA program before the games. That was about 6,000 samples per year. However, the size was not enough for the games. They had to analyze same number of samples they normally analyze a year within 3 months with 24 hours quick turnaround. So the organizing committee had to expand the lab. If the capacity and the size of the lab before the games as one, the size and capacity of the lab for the games time was 5 times bigger. They had to expand the staff number for 10 times more than normal operation because they had to operate 24/7 for 3 months. And after the game, we did not need that big lab for normal operation, so we cut the size down, but it is still about 20% bigger than before the games. When we prepared the lab for the games, the lab became one of the most advanced accredited laboratory. After the games, as a legacy, the lab kept some of the new equipment. Also because they prepared for the newest analysis technology, such as gene doping analysis and DBS, they have those equipment now, and they have experience. So WADA Tokyo laboratory can still analyze those menus. And in addition to the analysis menus, other new technology was implemented at the lab, such as paperless GCF and chain-lab custody. And as also working with other lab experts during the games time, raise their capacity and also build stronger networking within the lab community. As a conclusion, I would like to point out 3 points that I tried for the games. First of all, I tried to coordinate within the organizing committee for smooth operation. I tried to educate staff in the organizing committee how important anti-doping is. So everyone would put anti-doping higher priority, and that helped me to ask them what they need to do, and that made the smooth operation. And also I tried to harmonize the procedure for both games, and this made transition between the games very smooth and less work. The last point is that I tried to raise working condition for the SCPs higher, so this helps future games organizing committee easier. I'm not sure this helped Paris, but at least there is a record for future organizing committee for their reference, and also all information is passed to ITN and IPC for the future use. As a closing of my presentation, I would like to express my gratitude to IPC for granting permission to use the IPC mascot photo from Tokyo 2020. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, dear Chika, for sharing all this experience. And from behalf of AMADA, we're very thankful to you because you have shared not only your experience but challenges, all the problems, and we can only imagine how responsible was your role during the pandemic year. So thank you so much indeed. So right now we are moving to our last presentation in this session, and I want to give floor to Dr. Michał Rinkowski from Polish Antidoping Agency, and the topic of his presentation will be challenges of testing program prior to Paris Olympic and Paralympic Games. Dr. Michał, can you hear me?
Yes, definitely. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope that also you hear me well. It's a great pleasure to be with you, however, not in person, but definitely I regret that I cannot be in Baku, but at least I had an opportunity to listen to very interesting presentations which were provided by other speakers. So I will just go directly to my presentation, so I will share my screen. All right, so it goes. Okay, do you see it well? It's.
Yes, we can. If you can just expand the screen.
All right, so just give me a second. Yeah. I think that I have to just share the other. Oh, okay, this will be better now. The other window.
Yeah, it's better now. Yeah.
Perfect.
So please. Yeah,
okay, so perfect. So I will start. Again, thank you very much for the invitation. I will try very briefly to present information about Polish Anti-Doping Agency's preparation program to the games, Olympic Games and Paralympic Games. I would say our aim was to cover as much as possible from the anti-doping program, especially in relation to testing and education. Oh, sorry. So basically, we decided to have an intensive doping control program prior the games. So we started our testing program and even education 1 year prior the games. And also, then I will also show you the preparation of, for example, of inclusion of athletes to RTP testing pool, just to be sure that most and all, generally, those who will go to Olympics and Paralympics will be tested in a proper way. So also we had discussions with the National Olympic Committee and National Paralympic Committee about the education programs, and it was decided that all of the athletes should receive anti-doping education. And of course, we were constantly collaborating with ITA to be sure that all of the activities are coordinated and they are not anyhow, I would say, and they are conducted in an efficient way. So basically, first of all, we had to focus on planning. So one of the phases of planning was, of course, preparation of our RTP. So we included 110 athletes in the RTP and also 200 athletes in our testing pool. And in most of the cases, testing pool was consisting of athletes who were very likely to participate in Olympic and Paralympic games. So all athletes who were going for Olympics were included in TP or RTP. And of course, also they were some part of them. They were covered by the RTPs, which are led by international federations or ITA itself. And of course, it was clear, and this is a general rule, that all of the athletes who were included in the RTP, they should be tested at least 3 times out of competition on base of their whereabouts. So this was something that also we finalized. And also the reason was that we wanted to start a little bit earlier, so not 6 months, but 1 year in advance to the games. In case of testing pool athletes, we had internal requirement that at least each athlete should be tested at least once. And then, as I said, all members of Olympic team were included in TP, and also some members of Paralympic team were included in TP and RTP. Unfortunately, we are not able to include all, so we had to include those who have high chances to gain medals during their events. Going on, also, as I said, coordination was crucial. So we had to, which is obvious, each NATO has to collaborate with National Olympic Committee and National Paralympic Committee, and also, of course, this also happened in our case. And especially this collaboration was related, first of all, to understand who will be included in the final list of participants for Olympic and Paralympic Games. So this was the crucial data for us, also to plan well and in regards education and testing. And of course, then to provide all necessary important information to the athletes from Paralympic and Olympic sports, especially related to our education activities. And of course, we were working together with ITA and other NADOs and or other anti-doping organizations, and especially in relation to conduct tests abroad and to test athletes who are training or competing outside of Republic of Poland. And I must say that this part was sometimes challenging because in a very intensive period of I would say preparations to the games, especially April, May, sometimes it was difficult to test athletes with, I would say, by other NADOs, because they were also very, I would say, involved in preparation of and conducting their own anti-doping programs. So sometimes just it required a little bit of our time and additional efforts to finally test an athlete who we exactly wanted to test abroad. And just to give you some information how it went, the size of our Olympic team was consisting of 210 athletes. Paralympic team was smaller, 84 athletes. These Olympics were not successful, I must say, from the sport level, sports perspective for Poland, because we are able to gain only 10 medals, only 1 gold. And it was, I would say, one of the worst performance till 26 years. So it wasn't from the sport level, as I said, it wasn't a good performance of Polish athletes. It was definitely better in case of Paralympic ones. And just referring to the data provided by ITA, so I will refer only to the tests which were conducted by us on Olympic athletes. So 8% of athletes were not tested. The idea was to test everyone. However, those who were not tested, usually in all of the cases, were coming from low-risk sports. And sometimes they were just were included in the Olympic team in the last minute. So this was the reason that it was simply impossible to test them. 16% were tested below recommendations of ITA, 76% in line with recommendations, and total number of tests which we conducted on Olympic athletes was 211, but in the period of 6 months. So I'm not including the 2023. Also, I would say this is not included on the presentation, but I think it's worth saying that we had one adverse analytical finding related to the member of or potential member of the Olympic team. It was a female from a volleyball team. At the end, she was not included in the team, so this was a positive result for canrenons, so for diuretic, which was used by an athlete because of medical reasons. However, she didn't apply for a TUE, so definitely it was her mistake. But also we had cases, not I would say which are directly a result of testing of POLADA, but it was a result of tests in general conducted by ITA. So there were 3 adverse analytical findings directly related to the members of a team. One was for insulin, so the rider, so it's a cyclist, he's ill for diabetes, and he simply forgot to ask for a TUE, a new one, because the old one expired. We had a very interesting case related to Clostable with a canoe female athlete. At the end, it was decided that she bore no fault or negligence. So it was the source of the substance was her dog, which with which she had a very close contact. So it was contact skin to skin. and colostable was transferred to the body of the athlete. And one case was related to use of recreational drugs. And I would say one extremely serious during the games related to para-athlete, para-cyclist, who was positive, female, who was positive for steroids and EPO. So I would say there were some very loud cases during Olympics and Paralympics as well. Coming back to education, as I said, the aim also was to educate all. I would say the Paralympic Committee made it obligatory for athletes to go through the anti-doping education. Unfortunately, Olympic Committee didn't decide to make it obligatory. It was still, I would say, up to the athlete to follow. However, we were strongly, as Polada, we were strongly striving for that all athletes should be, not should be, but they shall be educated prior the games. At the end, of course, in practice, they received an education. However, there was no this obligation which could be imposed by the NOC. And of course, we focus on to provide many information on our website. We organize webinars, meetings, seminars, and of course, online and in-person education sessions. So, conclusions and lessons learned from this Olympics. I must say that it was the most intensive preparation period ever. And I'm working in anti-doping, Polish anti-doping since 2009, so it's a couple of Olympic cycles. And definitely, I would say also, I think that the collaboration with ITA was one of the best ones. And generally, how the whole community prepared, this is my very personal opinion, was really, really great. However, still there are some there is a space for improvement. For example, to try to test all athletes not to have this 8%, which were not tested in our case. What we could think about it is to maybe a little bit extend the pre-games testing period from 6 months to maybe 1 year, to make it more, I would say, to try to approach testing in more long term. So this is something that we see, and of course this is a challenge to do it globally. But I think that it's worth to at least think about it. And of course the challenge was, especially in I would say 1 month, 2 months prior the games, to try to test as much as we really planned, because the schedule is becoming very, very tight. And this is also the reason that maybe I would say long-term planning would make more sense. And maybe we should focus more on team sports, because when we check the statistics, most of the athletes which were untested or tested under the recommendations are coming from team sports. However, of course, the risk is definitely lower than in case of individual sports. So there is a room for improvement, but I must say, as I said at the beginning, it is really encouraging to see that the whole community is growing, and that we are becoming more and more professional. And I'm not talking about Polada, but only, but in general as a whole environment. Thank you very much for this opportunity to be with you, and yes, I'm open to any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rinkowski, for a very interesting presentation. Since we are also, we both are working for National Anti-Doping Agency, we will start right now question and answer session. And if I may, I would like to ask my first question. You did a little bit tackle this issue, but in general, I was looking at your RTP, and I wonder, how did you adapt your testing strategies to account for athletes' preparation schedules and travel disruptions? Some insights from your side.
So of course, in case of RTP and so of course sometimes it's as I said, it's dynamic, because also RTP is changing because of for example the international federations. Athletes are jumping in, jumping out from the international federation's RTP, and then as AMADA we have to deal with that. Of course, I would say maybe we are lucky because our athletes are not so intensively traveling. Of course, in relation to competitions, etc. But I would say they have training camps, for example, in quite predictable locations, directions. So it's quite, I would say, for us easy to predict where they will be and how we could test them. So that's a good side of it. And many of the athletes, which is very fortunate for us, they train in the country, so it's quite easy to test them and to do it in, I would say, not advance notice.
Yeah, it's clear. Thank you so much. So, kimin sualı varsa buyurun sual verebilir. Buyurun Fakat Bey. We have another question, so please.
Hello, I'm Farhat Aliyev, General Secretary of Azerbaijan Canoeing and Rowing Federation. I have a question to Miss Sophie. She is online?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah. I have listened your presentation, and after Miss Chica also have their presentation about Tokyo, and I have a question about actually samples was taken from Paris and Tokyo. It was just not so small, but a gap between. It was less samples taken in Paris than in Tokyo, but in fact that in Tokyo it was pandemic period, and it was really difficult. I was at both actually Olympic Games personally, and I have seen how difficult the organization part of Tokyo, because it's really, for this pandemic period, it was difficult. But in fact, in your presentation, I've seen in the samples was taken in Paris, it was less. Can you explain a little bit on this issue? Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the question. The answer is very simple. It's because there were less participating athletes in Paris, and there's a ratio that we use for testing participating athletes at the Games, and there was also, for the very first time in the Olympics, parity between male and female athletes. As I said before, we also introduced more testing, innovative methods, so that's why there was just less athletes participating. So the idea is not to test just for the sake of testing, but to have an Intel-led testing plan, which was what we did for Paris 2024.
Thank you so much for your clarification. Thank you. Yes, please.
Yeah, Tahmina Omarzadeh from Azerbaijan National Antidopinq Agency. My question is to Michael. Is he online?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. The question is, could you share insights into your long-term sample storage strategy? How did you determine which samples are stored, should be stored for extended periods, for example, among RTP athletes?
Yes, so definitely, first of all, I will start maybe from the most obvious conditions. So all athletes, all samples which are collected from Olympic team members are long-term stored. This is the first thing. The other is if we, for example, have some intelligence or we receive information from our laboratory that would be recommended to store the sample for longer period. Definitely, we just following that, also I would say that we focus on some RTP athletes who I would say, but it's also intelligence based. So it's not like there is no. Of course, there are general rules about that which we follow and which samples we pick for long storage, but it's really case by case scenarios.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Other questions?
Thank you very much. Maybe, well, one question, and if you allow me, just one comment to Michael. Thank you very much for your presentation, Michael. Very interesting to see. I don't know if you saw my presentation earlier today, but my conclusions were very much aligned with yours, which is a good thing, because otherwise we will really have something to discuss. But I noted with pleasure your recommendation to consider to extend the pre-games period from 6 months to maybe, I was even more modest than you, I said 9, maybe 12, but you said 12, so let's go for 12. And then, of course, we also understand the challenge with the, let's say, bulk up of recommendations coming very late, very close to the games, which, of course, is related to several issues, one of them being that we simply don't know exactly who's participating at the Olympic Games until very late, very often. That is, of course, a challenge. And my last, now to my question, and I know there's probably no easy answer, but maybe Poland has the advantage of having, I would say, a relatively a big continent of athletes staying, training normally in Poland, but we have other countries where the athletes are very much scattered around on other continents. I think that's one of the reasons we also see like Australia, New Zealand, who are strong NADOs and have strong programs. But if you saw, the percentage was relatively high because their athletes, many of the athletes live in all different kinds of places. So how do you see for the future? Do you see an opportunity for the ADOs in general to be more coordinated, NADOs between, of course, but also with ITA and other, and how do we do that in a more efficient way, do you think, for the future?
Yes, it's first of all, it's good to that we are sure that we are on the same page. So that's clear. And I must say that in case of, I think that the biggest challenge for ADOs to test athletes, or I would say athletes of other NADO, is capacity. And simply, I would say NADOs and ADOs are focused on their own anti-doping programs, and they are not predicting that they will be asked, for example, for some extra tests which could be conducted on behalf of other colleagues. So it's not an issue of bad will, definitely not. But what we encountered, and some of the NADOs simply they just refused to us to conduct tests on our athletes, for example, training somewhere, because simply they didn't have the capacity to do it because of the intensive time just before the game. So this is, I would say, the challenge, and I think that we could try to build this capacity and to prepare in advance for such kind of scenarios. Just to, I would say, go out from the standard approach that we are focusing only on our anti-doping programs. We should go a little bit beyond and also think about potential needs of others during the preparation period. This is, I would say, in case of Poland, there are not many foreign athletes who are training in our country, but for example, in other countries there is plenty of them, and that's definitely a challenge. And of course, always we can use private service providers, but also this is not always then an answer to our needs. So definitely this is something that we should focus on. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nkowski. Başka sual varsa? Thank you. I would like to frankly thank all three distinguished presenters from POLADA, from JADA, from International Testing Agency for your very interesting presentation and being with us today, even online or on site. So I invite everyone for 30 minutes coffee break, and we will continue with our last session at 3:30, and it will be devoted to education during this Olympic year. Thank you so much. Hörmətli xanımlar və cənablar, dear ladies and gentlemen, at last we have approached our last session, and I'm really happy to see here the people that are really dedicated to anti-doping work. There are not so many people left. So, for the first presentation, I would like to ask to come here Ms. Snežana Samadžić-Marković, which is a WADA's independent senior expert on human rights of athletes. And she will be talking about the anti-doping education from learning to understanding. Please, Snežana, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Rufat, and good evening, or good afternoon, rather, ladies and gentlemen. First, I will start with thanking the Ministry of Youth and Sport of Azerbaijan, and also both Akmina and Rufat and their team for having me here and giving me opportunity to learn and to share. And as you've heard, I'm doing a report for WADA, but I'm not going to present the report today to you. I will just present some of the insights that I had during my consultations with athletes. And of course, you will understand that the views that I will present here today are my own views. I, of course, do not represent WADA. And we will see how will they react to my report when it's more public. And before starting presentation, the question I had during my consultation was somehow, what is the present understanding of anti-doping between my most important colloquiators and most important stakeholders in anti-doping community? So from system perspective, you could see that there is, I would say, significant human and financial resources invested. I met a lot of dedicated people, dedicated individuals, dedicated institutions, a lot of scientific knowledge. Altogether, you could see from system perspective, anti-doping is very important. But how is it understood from athletes' perspective? Because my mandate is to see athletes' perspective and their human rights in anti-doping. What I could conclude through my consultations is that indeed fair competition and a level playing field are of great importance for athletes. Sometimes it's equally important for them as their own human rights. Then I could also see the willingness to comply with the requirements imposed by anti-doping programs. So athletes are committed. They also, well, majority of them, they understand that being an athlete, high performance athletes, entail a corresponding elite public responsibility. Because indeed, if you want to play football for your enterprise, you are free to play it, but you are a role model for a very limited number of people. While if you're a national or international athlete, elite athlete, then you are a role model for, well, quite a number of people, and then you have a public responsibility to show commitment to clean sport. So athletes understand that. However, the system is often perceived not as a service. They are often told, athletes, that it's for them, to protect them. But they see it not necessarily as a service designed to support and protect them and their rights, but rather they see it as a means to monitor and catch them. So, I would say that there is a certain level of discrepancy between the considerable investment into the system and athletes' perception of, for example, inequality of arms, disproportionality of sanctions, risk of a serious loss of income for them, this is very unfair, isolation, mental health problems, etc., etc. So, Mikhail said that athletes have been subject to quite a robust anti-doping programs, but they feel they're objects not necessarily subject, but objects of demands and policing. And I'm not judging whether these perceptions are fair, especially whether they are fair or not from the investment made, but there is a discrepancy. And I would say, I think it's fair to say that this discrepancy is indeed a missed opportunity and an opportunity for greater enhancement of fighting for clean sport together. And now you will ask me, well, where is the anti-doping education in all this? Well, I tried to, for the purpose of this presentation, analyze anti-doping education purpose from two sources. One is legal texts on the one hand and research on the other. So when it comes to the legal text, the code fundamental rationale and purpose says, and I think also some of you quoted that, the purpose of anti-doping education is to raise awareness, inform, communicate, instill values, develop life skills, decision-making capability to prevent intentional or unintentional anti-doping rule violations. Okay, this is rationale. What does the Article 18 says? It says that education programs are central to ensure harmonized, coordinated, and effective anti-doping programs at the international and national level. They are intended to preserve the spirit of sport and the protection of athletes' health and the right to compete on a doping-free level playing field as described in the introduction of the code. As is the case with other paragraphs in Article 18, the text is about education programs. It's about effectiveness and preservation of the spirit of sport. And indeed, when you look at the research, the latest WADA research, WADA itself, actually it shows that the most advanced knowledge among athletes is about the spirit of sport. So it's about the programs and about the spirit of sport. However, strangely, it is not about athletes. And anti-doping education, you will tell me, doesn't concern only athletes, Snezhana, no? It concerns other stakeholders. Yes, I will say it does. But the athletes are those who bear the most severe legal and other consequences from the lack of anti-doping education. And why? Because the code says that athletes have a responsibility to be knowledgeable of and comply with all applicable doping policies and rules adopted pursuant to the code. They are tested, judged, and sanctioned, potentially sanctioned, based on this expectation to be knowledgeable of and comply with all regulations. And still, the most advanced knowledge, as we saw, is not about the principle of strict liability, for example, or even the rules, because the principle of strict liability belongs to the lower end of the athlete's perceived knowledge rate. It's only 36%. And as we saw, the spirit of sport has 66%. So, what are the new frontiers and what is, in my opinion, needed? I think that being well-versed in and complying with rules entails not only learning, but knowing and, above all, understanding. Because what real understanding involves? It involves the ability to grasp the legal and other expectations or implications for athletes. Also, it means understanding of the wider significance of personal actions or inactions for clean sport. Therefore, I think that new frontiers need to be better also explained expectations from education and from athletes. Now, why is learning and understanding important? Let's say it has a very important legal dimension. I think it's vital for fair treatment of athletes within a system that judges and sentences them under the principle of strict liability. And also, it is very important for legal security. One of the definitions of legal security refers to the knowledge that individuals have regarding what is allowed or prohibited by law. At the same time, the code defines anti-doping education not in these terms, but as the process of learning to instill values and develop behaviors that foster and protect the spirit of sport and to prevent intentional and unintentional doping, as we said. And I'm not saying this is wrong. Actually, I am very glad that education gains momentum, and I'm very glad that there is a new, well, relatively new international standard on education. But I think that there should be a stronger link in the code between the real role of education from legal perspective, from legal dimension, as I say. And now, you can tell me how can that be done? I think that athletes, indeed, as they are told, they should be at the center of anti-doping education. And, for example, in the fundamental rationale and purpose of the code, one could state that anti-doping is, for example, the best way to support vulnerable athletes to prevent doping. As short as that. And maybe that's the best way to increase legal and procedural security of athletes. So maybe the text could be changed a little bit. Then I think that education has to be affirmed as the best interest both of individual athletes and the system or the clean sport as such. And in, for example, our change in the Article 18, there should be, instead of saying that it's about programs and it's about raising awareness, etc., instilling values, there should be more direct link to the athlete themselves and their legal responsibility among others. And I think that in a way, it shouldn't be left to NOCs and IOC or international federations whether there should be a choice who's going to provide the education. I mean, there should be a choice who will do it, but education, I think, should be guaranteed, because if athletes are expected to know something, their education, I think, should need to be guaranteed. And then, this is about legal texts, but maybe there should be something done through policies, not only through code. So when it comes to education, it shouldn't be only about learning rules. It has to be, but also it has to be ensured that athletes understand their rights and obligations. And I know it's not easy, but one can try to incentivize athletes to participate in educational programs. I know there is a fight for their attention, and very often they are more interested in training than in education itself, not to mention anti-doping education. Maybe there, and I hear from Rufat that there is leveraging artificial intelligence to create and disseminate educational content. Maybe there should be more of that. Maybe there should be more diversification of funding sources for anti-doping education. Imagine if there are sponsors and donors, and when they make a contract with an athlete, anti-doping education should be emphasized. It would speak good about both the sponsor and the athlete. And it's maybe more for federations to think about it, but still. And then public authorities, I've heard here that in Azerbaijan and many other places, but I think there should be more effort from public authorities to expand educational responsibilities within school system and negotiate with the universities to introduce anti-doping courses, particularly in relevant fields like medicine, law, pharmacy, physical education, even biology. My daughter studies biology and they don't have a clue, the students, excuse my language, about anti-doping. And of course, educating and licensing coaches, because they are multipliers and they are long-term influencers within athletic structures. Now, what are also next frontiers? Once understanding is achieved, the next step for each athlete would be empowerment. We heard that from Lars, we heard that from Günther. Empowerment, which would entail making informed choices and taking action. And athletes who have knowledge and comprehension of their situation, they're better equipped to advocate for themselves, make decisions, and I would say even affect positive changes both in their own lives, but also general in the efforts to combat doping. And then, in that case, I don't think there would be a discrepancy between invested resources and athletes' perceptions. Then athletes would become not just objects of testing and sanction and expectations, but also, hopefully, active subjects of joint common fight for clean sport. Well, thank you. I think it was 15 minutes. Did you measure? No, I'm joking. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear Snezhana, for your very interesting presentation. And personally, I liked the way how diplomatic you tackled, the discrepancies in education and anti-doping. But we can discuss this later during the question and answer session. But I think that one can dispute with you, like, are you really sure that the athletes should be in the center of anti-doping education? What about athlete support personnel? Because in accordance with WADA rules, as we know, there are ADRVs that applies for athlete support person and for the athletes as well. So we can discuss this later. Yeah, thank you so much. So it is my big pleasure right now to invite to the stage Professor Rüştü Güner, Director General of Turkish Anti-Doping Commission. Buyurun Rüştü Bey.
I'm starting the chronometer in order to fit 15 minutes. Okay. Good afternoon, distinguished guests and colleagues. Her vaktiniz hayır. Okay? Her vaktiniz hayır. We do not use this word in Turkey. Thank you very much for being invited as a speaker at such an important conference, especially within the scope of fight against doping. And thank you, Tahmina. Thank you, Rufat. It's a pleasure to be here today to have a fruitful discussion on this critical topic, pioneering education and science in anti-doping, new frontiers. I'm excited to share my knowledge and experience with you today with my three hats, Turkish Anti-Doping Commission and Medical Faculty and Ankara University Research Center for Anti-Doping. As I gained experience through my involvement in anti-doping for 35 years. As we all aware, the fight against doping is a complex challenge. Traditional methods can sometimes fall short in detecting emerging prohibited substances. The foundation of an effective anti-doping program lies in the latest scientific advancements combined with effective educational activities. It is not only a matter of catching cheaters, but also about fostering a culture of clean competition. In my opinion, science-based testing is useful for effective anti-doping program. As you already know, more targeted testing can lead to more meaningful results, allowing us to allocate our resources more efficiently. As a part of this, as NATO, Turkish Antidoping Commission, we regularly assess and update our risk assessment, test distribution plan, and our doping control strategies based on many factors. While doing so, we frequently rely on scientific data. We have medical and scientific department, and they support our planning department on several key areas. They prepare reports on previous AIFs, administration methods and substance excretion times from the body, long-term storage strategy, and scientific input from APMUs and scientific input from the lab experts. They also make physiopharmacological risk assessment and review research findings on doping trends. We also employ a person who has background in statistics. We regularly analyzes testing data to evaluate effectiveness of testing strategy. Then we update our TDP based on identified new trends. New methods and technologies like the application of omics can also help detect changes in body caused by doping in the future. However, to fully benefit from these tools, we need to overcome some challenges. For example, some of the biggest challenges are analyzing massive amount of data, high costs of these technologies, and long times needed to prove the reliability of these tools. Developments in scientific research. Scientific research is crucial for staying ahead of increasingly sophisticated doping methods. It enables the development of more accurate and sensitive detection techniques. Research also support the creation of preventive measures such as a supplement safety protocols, reducing the risk of inadvertent doping. Today, it is a very big problem in supplement manufacturers. So, advanced analytical methods along with the certification programs provide solutions, but greater collaboration with the supplement manufacturers and regulatory agencies is needed to mitigate these risks. Cases involving contamination also demand precise scientific evidences. Anti-doping organizations must carefully weigh scientific findings alongside the athlete's explanation, ensuring fairness in sanction decisions. At this point, cooperation with antidoping and other laboratories is remarkably important. For example, in our organization, Turkish Antidoping Commission, we conduct several projects in cooperation with a forensic laboratory in revealing unsafe supplements regarding their ingredients, including the stimulants, anabolic steroids, and SARMs. We NATOs should invest more research activities and have collaborations with the research institutions, universities, and laboratories to stay ahead of the cheaters. Scientific breakthroughs in antidoping will play an important role in shaping the future of clean sports. By enhancing the effectiveness of anti-doping programs. In my opinion, machine learning will be the transformative tool for the future of clean sport. The use of artificial intelligence and machine learning will help anti-doping organizations to analyze and interpret vast amounts of data. Predictive algorithms can now identify suspicious patterns in athletes' performance, testing data, etc., etc., providing insights into the potential doping activities before they get detected through traditional testing alone. To foster innovations, collaboration among anti-doping organizations, academic institutions, and regulatory bodies is essential to pool resources and share knowledge. For example, we had a cooperation with an academic research institute to conduct wastewater epidemiology research targeting prohibited substance use, especially anabolic androgenic steroid use among population across country. We started this project. It would be challenging to achieve without such cooperation. Innovation, can you? Sorry, I think there is a problem with the technology. Yes. Innovation in anti-doping education. With regard to the use of innovative tools for anti-doping education, using interactive materials and engaging content such quizzes, videos, and challenges have made learning for fun for athletes, especially the young athletes. For example, we attach importance to conducting what we call clean sports, not doping, not anti-doping. Clean sport workshop, instead of verbal teaching methods for athletes, especially for 14 to 16 years age group. We have developed various games that help them to understand ethical behaviors. With these games, we cover concepts of such as equality, respect for the opponents, the fair play, etc., etc. We determine the game rules together with the athletes. Another example would be the benefit from the virtual reality simulations to create real-life situations in which athletes can practice making ethical decisions to help them build decision-making skills. Especially this is very important for the new generation, Z generation. And the use of ambassadors as role model creates a personal connection between the athletes and the concept of clean sport. These ambassadors can visit schools, clubs, sports venues, etc., etc., so they can share their personal experiences without relying on doping substances. Technological advancements have reshaped the foundation of education. Virtual classrooms, interactive platforms, and AI-powered learning tools offer different learning experiences. For example, AI-based systems can analyze where learners struggle and suggest content tailored their needs. Additionally, e-learning and mobile education apps make learning materials accessible from everywhere. Digital education provides opportunity not only for people in cities, but also for those in rural and remote areas, especially in big countries like Turkey. Moreover, technologies like subtitles, text-to-speech, and visual and auditory compatible content can help disabled access quality education safely. As we consider how to ensure that the message of clean sport is effectively communicated at all levels, we must recognize the importance of consistent, accessible information. It's essential that the message is not only conveyed, but also understood and embraced by everyone involved in sports. Education programs should be designed with the specific needs of different target groups. Also, we must recognize the cultural differences in how messages are received. Doping prevention should not just be the responsibility of the athletes alone. Coaches, sports officials, school teachers, medical staff, doctors, pharmacists, and parents play a critical role in shaping an athlete's mindset and attitude. We should also provide resources for teachers to educate young athletes to foster a culture of fairness in sports from a young age. In addition, with the rise of social media platforms, reaching athletes and the wider public has become much easier for the new generation. Social media campaigns, influencer partnership, and interactive online content can help us spread the message of clean competition to a much wider audience. Doping is not a problem that only concerns athletes. On the contrary, it's a problem that affects society in general. It's widespread use in fitness centers, the use of performance-enhancing drugs, even by children and young individuals, due to obsession with body image and beauty, poses a major risk for public health. I believe that, especially the medical doctors, should be trained very well. In our NATO, we started a project for 9 months, every month, 1-2 hours lecture or presentation we can give, and for the attention of the sports physicians to the fight against doping. It's called Antidopinq training programs for sports physicians. And also in my university, in Ankara University, for 16 years, I've been teaching 2-hour-long course titled Performance Enhancing Drug Use Among Population and Antidopinq at the Faculty of Medicine in sports medicine lectures. And I have also 14-week-long elective course titled Antidopinq Activities in the World. And then we have a master degree program titled Studies in Fighting Against Sport. Thanks to the groundbreaking advances in education and science, we are building a future of clean sport. one where athletes can compete fairly and with pride in their accomplishment, but to ensure the continued success of efforts, we must continue to innovate, collaborate, and communicate the message of clean sports at all levels. Together, we can create a sporting world where the pursuit of excellence is driven by hard work, dedication, and a commitment to fairness. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Professor Güner, for your very interesting presentation with a lot of important recommendations. So we have approached our last but not least, as I say, presentation, and it will be presented by the lead education expert from Azerbaijan National Antidoping Agency, Kudret Safarov, and the topic is Empowering Clean Sports, AMADA's Educational Milestones for Paris 2024. Please, the floor is yours.
Hello. Hello, dear guests, our international guests, our sporting community. I'm welcoming you all here, and I want to tell you thank you for waiting for the end session and being with us. So I will not take a long time from you, because I know it's the end of the session. Everybody wants to go out. Yes, I know that. I know that. So in this presentation, I want to share that initiatives that we have done through this year. I know, but it is a little bit hard for me because we have done a lot of things, and it's very hard to squeeze them to the 15-minute presentation. So I will start by just acknowledging that our core initiatives in our combating the doping in the sport. This way, we started our year by thinking, so how we will start this year. And our main pillars for this year was education, innovation, and collaboration. So by doing so, we started the year by organizing 2 international conferences. And these conferences was in 2 places. First one was in Baku, and the second one was in Guba, which was the sporting capital of Azerbaijan for 2024. And the difference between these conferences was about that. The first conference was solely for athlete support personnel. And in this conference, all the athlete support personnel for the Azerbaijan sporting federations come together, and international experts also came there, and our athlete support personnel from our federations have the opportunity to engage with the international experts and to gain knowledge about complex anti-doping system. And in these conferences, our athlete support personnel also got the answers all the questions that they have in their mind. And the second day of the conference was also very interesting, because the second day of the conference was in Guba. It's like 2 hours away from the Baku. And we, together with the athletes from there, and in this place, we had the opportunity to share the information about not only about Olympics, anti-doping regulations in the Olympics, but general about the clean sport, about all the information that our athletes can have and will be needed. And these conferences also was a very good start for the year. And then, as we mentioned here, as our international guests also mentioned, the collaboration is key in the combat with the doping. So we thought what we can do. Of course, we have the collaboration with the WADA, we have the collaboration with the ITA, we have the collaboration with the other international organizations also. But the main focus of our collaboration with the ITA was AMADA also was a part of the NOC Clean Sport Education Guidebook. In this guidebook, we shared our experience on to how to conduct effective outreach program. We share our knowledge, our experience, and I think a lot of NOCs around the world use this experience, use this knowledge to conduct their effective outreach program. So it was very honorable for us that we have the opportunity to share our experience with the ITA and NOCs around the world. So, as we mentioned, collaboration is key. We did the collaboration with the WADA, we did the collaboration with the ITA, we did the collaboration with the INADO and all the international federations also. And then, of course, we continued our mission, not only just international collaboration. We continued our mission by doing a lot of educational seminars, outreach programs, and webinars also. Because as we think, if we want to educate athletes, we must use a lot of ways to educate them. Not just maybe e-learning, not just webinars. In my own experience, I think that face-to-face education is the best way of the education, because in that education type, all the athletes can ask every question that they have in their mind. So we conduct a lot of seminars for not just Olympic sports, but all the sport federation in Azerbaijan. So our athletes will have the knowledge about complex anti-doping system. And in these seminars, we conduct our seminars very interactively, where our athletes can ask a lot of questions, and I love when the athletes ask a lot of questions, because in that way I know that they are listening to me. So I encourage them, okay guys, ask me questions. I want to hear a lot of questions from you. So we are conducted a lot of outreach programs also. And the best way to, no, not the best way, the best thing about the outreach program, I think, not just athletes, but the athlete support personnel also engaging with us. And not just athlete support personnel, maybe relatives of the athletes also, maybe their parents, maybe their sisters, maybe they don't have any idea about anti-doping system. But when they see AMADA, when they see the big brand wall saying that stay clean, they come to us and ask, oh, why should we stay clean? What's about to stay clean? And then we have the opportunity to share with them all the information about clean sport and anti-doping. And then, of course, we know that this century is not just traditional media century, because Gen Alpha, Gen Z use a lot of social media. It can be Instagram, it can be WhatsApp, it can be Telegram, it can be TikTok. So we used mainly these social media channels to, how can I say, share our knowledge, share the information about anti-doping, share the rules, share all the consequences of the doping. Maybe it can be legal consequences, it can be health consequences. So we generally use Instagram for this purpose. In Instagram, we did regularly, in the Olympic year related to the Olympics, we did a lot of quizzes. In these quizzes, if someone had the right answer, they won a lot of prizes from us. There was promotional materials, they can be maybe t-shirts, maybe water bottles, and other things, because to encourage them to be part of the system. And then we also had a WhatsApp channel. In this WhatsApp channel, we encourage all the federations that athletes to join it, and also in our Telegram channel also. And in this channel, we had all the information. We had the anti-doping rule violations, we had the prohibited list, we had all the information. And the best thing about this Telegram and WhatsApp channel that if the athlete have some kind of question, they can ask from them. And it's a very easy platform to ask. And when they ask, we can instantly reply them and give all the information that they need. So I think that harnessing the social media is a very best way to use this kind of platform, because that way we are increasing awareness, we are educating them, and we are, of course, promoting clean sport. And then, of course, we had the Play-Through Day. And this year, Play-Through Day was 25th anniversary of the WADA. And of course, this year was Olympic year. So we thought about that. What can we do? And then we came in mind that, okay, we had legendary Azerbaijani Olympians, like Zemfira Khanum, Ilham Bey, Farida, Rustam Orujov. Maybe we can use them, maybe we can encourage them to be part of our clean sport journey. So they also wanted to be the part of it. So we created video content. And in these video contents, they share their experience about Olympics, about being clean athlete, about struggles that they had. And when they share these struggles, when they share how to be the clean athlete, I think that these role models show not just Azerbaijan athletes, but athletes around the world, that how to be clean athlete, how to compete clean. Of course, we know that athletes struggles very, very much. And then when they are coping it, it's the best way to do it in a clean way, not to use some kind of performance enhancing drug or to do some kind of other cheating methods. So by promoting the Olympic spirit, by using these kind of role models was very important for us. And I want to thank them also that they were part of this journey. And then, of course, WADA's ADEL platform. It was a very useful tool for us because, as we know, my way is to do the face-to-face education. But if you can't do it, you can use the WADA ADEL platform. And there was 2 Olympic courses. It was one for Olympics and one were for Paralympic. And then we translated to Azerbaijani language, and when we used it with the Azerbaijani athletes, and we were proud to say that all the Olympians that go to Paris all finished the Paralympic and the Olympic course. And that was very, how can I say, that was very good feeling for us to be. So I'm a little bit going a little bit faster, but because I don't want to take a lot of your time. Then we started new journey also, because, we thought that we have social media channel, we have a YouTube channel, but we need something new. And something new, that idea came from the Rufat Bey. I want to thank him also. That idea was AMADA Talks. And AMADA Talks is a new platform for us. And the first quest of the AMADA Talks was the Ms. Tahmina Khanım, because she is, of course, CEO of AMADA. Yeah, no. Maybe. maybe. Okay, she's the CEO of AMADA, but she's also a medical doctor. And she has 2 different perspectives. And she shared all the very, how can I say, very important information with the athletes. Because as we know, not just athletes dope. When athlete dopes, there is a lot of, how can I say, factors that impact that decision. It can be athlete's personal, it can be its peers, it can be his friends, maybe it can be also their parents also. Maybe they are putting a lot of pressure for him. Okay, you must win this, you must win this. And Ms. Tahmina also shared a lot of information about how to conduct, how can I say, how to deal with this kind of pressure and to be clean, and also anti-doping regulations about. And then we had second guest, Said Najafzadeh. He was the Olympian and he won the gold medal in the Olympics. It was the post-Olympic, and we will continue this podcast because we saw that this kind of platform is very useful and it's very engaging. And in this world, you know that engagement is very important because we have very, how can I say, very little attention span. So we must use that kind of attention span very robustly. And then, of course, we prepared one dedicated website for the athletes. It was named Paris 2024, amada.us. And in this website, there was solely information about Olympics. There was information, there was a video content about Olympics, there was the information, Q&A session, and also there was an AI-powered chatbot. And we are very proud of that AI-powered chatbot, and I want to thank our IT team for preparing that. And by using this kind of innovative tools, we make sure that when our athlete will have some kind of information, will have some kind of question, if they will not able to reach us, they will and they can get the answer from that chatbot. We tested it, it was working very good, but right now we are in the stage of more improving it. And we'll improve it furthermore because we think that the future of the, as we all mentioned, that the future is in the use of the AI tools in a right way. So we will continue by implementing this kind of, how can I say, innovative approach in our education and information provision. And then also when we did that, after that we did the webinar for the INADO community also on the how to use AI tool in the anti-doping education, and not just anti-doping education, but in the anti-doping field. We shared our knowledge about how to use it, how to implement it, maybe in a testing program, maybe in the education program. And the feedback was very good. So And then we came along with the Chico also with the UCAD data analytics working group. Now we are working on preparing the framework on how to use AI in the anti-doping field. In a conclusion, I want to say that first of all, the year was very hard because not just for Azerbaijan, I think in a lot of countries, because it was the Olympic year and a lot of organizations worked over hours and did the best effort they can. So first of all, I want to thank the AMADA staff, all AMADA members, first Tahmina Khanım, Rufat Bey, and all the AMADA staff for doing the best they can, because it's a team effort, and when team is good, we are getting very good results. So thank you very much, and if you have any questions, I'm pleased to answer them.
Thank you very much, dear Gudrat, for sharing AMADA experience with all our stakeholders. I completely agree. I think that this year was very, very important for all of us, and we did a lot of job during this year. And I'm really personally very, very happy that all these 4 pillars that was shown by Mr. Younger today about education, about testing, about investigation, intelligence, about international cooperation, and so on, were tackled today at some degree, let's say so. But why we did it vice versa, the answer is very simple, because of the time difference with our speakers that join us online, we had to put it in that way. So we are moving to our last question and answer session. If you have any questions for our distinguished presenters, please raise your hand. Yes, please, you can talk.
Thank you, Rufa. Actually, very interesting session, really. I have one comment and 2 questions, if you allow me. So first, Snesana, it's more a comment, and I think you might find that interesting. So as you know, we have this new standard, which is intelligence investigations, and we had some consultation phase, and we got some feedback from athletes, especially from Athletes Council, and I echo what you say, that they feel that whatever we do is to monitor and to catch them. They don't see the potential that we want to help them, and I think that's a very bad outcome for us. So therefore, we see that the athletes, in particular, they cannot distinguish between collaboration and incrimination. So whenever they hear collaboration, that means it's about them and not for them. And this is where I think it's very important for us, because when we do our rules and when we work in a daily way, we work for the athletes, not they work for us. So we work for the athletes and protect the athletes. So this is why it's so important that we always communicate them educationally, we communicate them and make them clear that collaboration can also help them, and therefore very important in the way of especially intelligence investigations. The question is going to Rusty. Thank you very much, and I'm following especially the science. You guys are amazing, what you can detect in the laboratories, how advanced they are. I mean, you find a drop in a swimming pool, so this is incredible. The problem is, what I see is that you guys are so advanced, while we from, let's say, I are not advanced at all. So we have always the challenge to explain the gap, and this is why my question would be, what would you recommend in the future, how we can bridge this gap, that we have not these contamination cases where we say it's actually not doping, it's a contamination, we are far too advanced. What would be your recommendation, especially WADA is at the moment in fire about contamination cases? So I think there's a gap that we need to fill in a way, and I would like to hear your opinion. And for Gudrat, you spoke, it's very interesting, the education and program that you have. My question for you is, well, athletes are still our #1 source, also for getting indications of where dopers are, or how dopers or modus operandi. but we still see that athletes are afraid of coming forward. They don't know actually what to report, to who to report. Is in your educational program as well something like where you train the athletes about indications of doping, that they look, and as Sana said, there is well the obligation to commit for clean sport, that we make them aware about indications and that they are not afraid to come forward even if it's not evidence, but for intelligence purposes, very important. So I would like to hear whether you have something in place in this regard as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the questions. Günther, more research for analyzers. For example, there were two revolutions in analysis technique. In 2018, TE ratio was perfect for us. And the second one is 2011, turinabol and stanozolol long-term metabolites analysis. So we need more research on analysis, first of all. And we need to look at the other prohibited materials analysis, for example, SARMs. We know that it's not very easy to find in athletes' urine some of the SARMs. And it's not very easy to find growth hormone and the other growth factors in an athlete's blood and urine. More research. I wanted to see the more biological passport modules. So we waited for 10 years for the endocrinological module, but there is no case at the moment. So I'm waiting for the omics. I'm waiting for the omics. Omics will be the new revolution for the antidoping world. My recommendation is to give more budget to the research. More budget, especially from the sports side. My recommendation is because the most important part is the sports community, the Olympic movement, sports movement. They need to give more budget for the research for antidoping. The governments pay both the NATO's budget and also the WADA budget. But the sports movement can only pay for antidoping for WADA budget. So my proposal is to give more budget from the sports movement. So this is my proposal.
Thank you so much. Gudrat, please.
Yes, Dr. Günther, if I understand your question correctly, you mean that how that we educate the athletes that they can understand if the other athletes dope or not? Am I correct? Yeah. In our education program, when we educate athletes about doping, about the consequences of the doping also, we tell them about, in our seminars, in the webinars, we tell them about the indicators also, but not so broadly, because there is the levels of the acceptance of the knowledge. When we share some information with the youth athletes, maybe they will close to that kind of information. But when we share this kind of information with the adult athletes, we tell them, because when we tell them, okay, let's think about some kind of athlete who is doping, okay? And no one knows about that. No one knows about that. And he's a cheater. We know that. He's a cheater athlete, but no one knows that that athlete is doping, okay? When we tell the athletes, when we educate them, okay, let's think about that. When someone is lying, okay, he is lying, he knows that he is doping, and nobody is knowing that he is doping. It will affect its movement, its ideology, their speak. They will be, how can I say it, maybe like being in a closet. They will close their mindset. Okay, they will not they will not also speak to their teammates so much, because all the psychological the research showed that if someone is lying, they will not engage with the others. Athletes or the other teammates also very good. So when we encourage athletes that, okay, just know the indicators, and also protect your own sport. Protect your own sport. As WADA has a Speak Up platform, we have also our platform known as Susma Danış. It's in Azerbaijan, it's like a Speak Up. We encourage them, okay, if you know something, because we share the genuine information with them. Because when I said that, okay, AMADA, we have AMADA staff, but AMADA staff can't reach every part of the Azerbaijan. If you love your sport, if you want to enjoy your sport, find them. If you know, just do something. Is it good?
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I want to announce that this is the end of our session 4, but I invite everyone stays in the room, because right now I want to give the floor for her closing remarks to Tahmina Tagizadeh, Executive Director of Azerbaijan National Anti-Doping Agency. Please, Tahmina Khanım.
I would like to express my appreciation to everyone who survived this conference and stay with us till the end. Seriously, unfortunately, some words, when they are used too often, they lose their value. And but when we came to this conference and we heard clean sport and integrity in sport, these words have very deep meaning for me. And I would like to express my deep appreciation to today's speakers, because they are really fighting for clean sport, they are fighting for integrity in sport. And for me, it is justice. Justice for someone who does not use doping. This is something, if you all saw the photos from our exhibition, and you can see all these, emotions, and that these athletes, they put all their life and to reach something in their career. And if somebody who is doping and cheating and they reach results, it's injustice against them, right? Before we finalize our conference, I would like to come back to our exhibition, photo exhibition. We will have the small video, and then I will announce who won the Spectator's Prize. Please. The third prize, with 26 votes, goes to Mikhail Switek from Slovakia. With this photo. The second one with 27 votes goes to Dilaver Najaf of Azerbaijan. And the first one, with 41 votes, goes to Naib Ahmed of Azerbaijan. Once again, I would like to express my appreciation to distinguished speakers. Thank you very much for your time. That at the end of the year, just before Christmas, you found opportunity to come to Azerbaijan and join our conference and do your valuable presentation. And thank you for all participants who stayed with us and got something from our conference. Thank you very much and good luck to you. Thank you.